Announcements none. Papers have been laid. Questions?
Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've given notice of the following private notice question addressed to the Honourable Minister of Land Transport, whether in regard to the Perle de la Savane bus operator, he will, for the benefit of the House, obtain from the National Land Transport Authority information as to the A, causes of the accident of a bus thereof on Friday 18th July 2025 at Cascavel, indicating if the bus has been examined and the outcome thereof. B, number of buses thereof involved in accidents on bus routes 520 and 243 since June 2014 to date. And C, number of complaints received from passengers against the bus operator since June 2014 to date, indicating the actions, if any, taken in relation thereto. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is the third PNQ addressed to me since I took office. Hence, explaining the importance of the land transport sector, which is responsible to commute the whole population and some 450 passengers daily by bus. Hence, the numerous initiatives which are being envisaged at the level of my ministry to enhance the level of service of buses, and which I will highlight during the course of my reply. At the very outset, I wish to draw the attention of the House and the Honourable Leader of the Opposition that the accident which occurred on 18 July 2025 around noon involves bus number 1620 March 13 of make UD trucks model SP 210 belonging to Pearl Logistics Limited and not Perle de la Savane, as mentioned by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition in his substantive question. From the registration mark, it can be inferred that the bus is just over 12 years old, which is within the operating age of public buses, namely 21 years. The Leader of the Opposition will surely recall that this age limit was increased from 20 to 21 years in 2021 when the Honourable Leader of Opposition himself was a Cabinet Minister. Madam Speaker, without any further ado, let me straight away reply to part A of the question.
Yes.
The accidented vehicle was examined at Auto-Check Vehicle Examination Station for roadworthiness on Wednesday, 16 July 2025. That is only 2 days prior to the accident, by the vehicle tester, Mr. Denou, of the station. So we cannot possibly say that we cannot possibly have a more recent fitness report than this one, 2 days. According to the report from the Center Manager of the Vehicle Examination Center, no technical defect was found during the examination of the said bus. The vehicle passed a brake roller test according to reports submitted by the Vehicle Examination Station. With the axle plate detector apparatus used for the examination of the suspensions, visually, no defect was found according to the Centre Manager report. Visual examination was also done for the undercarriage of the vehicle, and the report does flag that some defects were observed with regard to the exterior appearance and smoke emission level, which I'm informed by the expert do not impact adversely on the roadworthiness of the vehicle. Certificate of fitness was issued on 17 July 2025, and same is valid up to 16 July 2026. The bus was authorized to run on routes 243, Catrebonne to Chamarel. The MVL is valid up to February 2026. The bus owner, like I said earlier, is Pearl Logistics Limited since 25th of May 2021. According to the NLTA, Pearl Logistics has a fleet of 3 buses. One bus operates along Route 5, which is Bejucap to Catrebonne, one along Route 120, which is Bejucap to Port Louis, and one along Route 243, which is Chamarel to Catrebonne. As regards PL de la Savane, it has a fleet of 4 buses, out of which 3 buses ply along Route 5 and 1 bus operates along Route 243. It is to be highlighted that the certificate of roadworthiness was not issued on the same day of the examination, as the licensee failed to produce the public service license issued by the NLTA, commonly known as the bus license, which is mandatory requirement. The bus license was produced on the following day. I'm saying this because if the reader asks for the report, he would see there's a day difference. Was officially of bonne due form on the next day, hence explaining the effective days of the roadworthiness, which is delayed by 1 day. As regards the cause of the accident, I am informed by the police that the bus was motoring from the direction of Chamarel and proceeding toward Bambou, reaching at Clarence around 200 meters before the main entrance of Casela Nature Park. Then the driver lost control of the bus, the result of which the bus knocked against a tree on the left side of the road and overturned on its near side. Alcohol test was performed on the driver by the ERS personnel, and same yielded negative results. Sample of blood test was taken for analysis, and everybody knows that now it's public. 29 passengers were injured, including the driver, and quite seriously so. The said bus has been removed and is being kept at Lagolette Police Station for further investigation. Coming to part B of the question, Madam Speaker, I am informed by the police that 4 accidents occurred along bus route number 5, 120 and 243 since June 2014. Same includes 3 accidents on route 120 and 1 on route 243. Insofar as part C of the question is concerned, the NLTA informed that some complaints have been received from passengers against operation of buses along route 243, which is basically served by Pearl Logistics Limited and PL de la Savane. Madam Speaker, since the Honourable Leader of Opposition has made mention of PL de la Savane, let me inform the House that buses of the said operator are currently not being operated since 14 November 2022. As these vehicles had been prohibited for failing to provide satisfactory service and comply with the conditions of the license by the operator, which is the NLTA, and that was the subject of a cabinet decision by the former government. The minister would be aware, he was in the cabinet at that time. I am informed. This was the subject of a long court case for which judgment was delivered for reinstatement of the buses. Yeah. Madam Speaker, the House and the population will recall that I have met with the captains of the bus industry and other stakeholders only 5 days ago. On last Thursday, to present the broad parameters of the bus services industry bill which is surely expected to revamp public land transport landscape for the benefit of the traveling public and in the quest for the modernization of the bus transport system. A lot of emphasis will be placed on technology, which will at long last eliminate subjectiveness in control and monitoring by the regulator. For the first time ever in this budget exercise, a financial provision, and quite a hefty one, I must say, 78 million rupees have been earmarked for implementation of the fleet management system, which through GPSs, Global Positioning System, I've explained many times in Parliament, and a centralized control system based on the NLTA will allow the real-time monitoring for all 2,000 buses plying on our roads daily. The legislation will empower us to also install cameras in the buses. We are also envisaging, Madam Speaker, to fit each and every bus, if we have the funds, of course, with a dash cam, which will provide invaluable information on driver behavior and circumstances of accident. That is normally placed on where the driver sits, on the dashboard. On a related note, we are also contemplating the implementation of the passenger information network that seeks to give the traveling public real-time information on the movement of buses, including expected time of arrival. This will significantly improve commuters' traveling experience and reduce considerably stress related to bus journeys. The bus services bill will bring in its margin a code of conduct for bus drivers, conductors, stand regulators, as well as passengers, and also the owners. The House and the population will also recall that only 4 days ago, the Cabinet of Ministers has given to my ministry the green light to give drafting instructions to the Attorney General's office for the preparation of an improved version of the penalty point system, which this time around will be more stringent as it contains more than 30 offences as compared to 21 previously, because over the last 10 years, the number of accidents have increased significantly. We are currently waiting for the final report for the police as to the real cause of the accident, which is a subject of the question. But, Madam Speaker, as a concluding note, I wish to give the assurance to the House and the population that the safety and security of passengers and road users are utmost important for this government, and in particular to the Prime Minister, because many times he talks about road safety to me. There will be no cover-up in this particular accident or any other accident for that matter. Whomsoever is responsible for any accident will have to bear the consequences of his action as per the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, your first supplementary question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I myself has complained against buses operating on those routes as far back as 2018, when I was in many of that constituency, that is constituency number 14.
Come with
Will
your
the
question.
Honourable
Yes.
Minister inform the House, even though he has said that a test certificate was delivered for that bus, will he inform the House whether he is aware that the mechanic who examined the bus had informed the owner of the existence of several failures on that bus which had to be corrected? If he is aware, will he therefore at least meet that person to listen to his version?
1 minute. You mean before he went for the test?
Yes, Madam.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, this confirms what the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is saying. Before the test and in between the test, the company must have surely resolved the problem, because I have a clean certificate from the station, which I can table if he wants to.
Yes,
You want?
please table. Please table.
So,
Yes, your next question, Leader.
The Honourable Minister must be aware of numerous complaints against buses on those operating on those three routes, that is 520 and 243, especially with regard to overspeeding. Can you inform the House of actions that are being envisaged to reduce speeding, overspeeding along those three routes?
Speaker, speeding is not the domain of my ministry. It's a domain of the police because although Road Traffic Act is under my ministry, implementation of measures contained therein rests with the police. It's the owner of the police. But I can tell the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, like I explained just now, we are using technology. If a bus happens to overspeed, on the screen of the NLTA with the GPS, we could detect if the bus is overspeeding. It does happen sometimes, but buses try to overtake their counterparts so as to catch passenger or the next bus stop. It does happen. This is a phenomenon that not only happens on this route, but island-wide. That is why we are coming with bold measures to address this issue, which is a road safety concern.
Yes, Leader of the Opposition.
May I ask the Honourable Minister whether he is aware that the licensee for that bus has been called several times by the National Land Transport Authority and has been found to be not a fit and proper person to hold a license?
Does your question pertain to Pearl Logistics Limited or Pearl de la Savane Limited? Pearl Logistics Limited? No. My officers are telling me that no formal complaints have been lodged against the company.
Because your original Leader of the Opposition,
Yes.
remember your original question was not...
With regard to Pearl de la Savane, can the Minister confirm to the House whether complaints have been made for non-payment of fees to its respective cooperative, that is the Quatre Bornes Bus Cooperative Society?
Minister, just reply.
Madam Speaker, I have explained at length to the Honourable Leader of Opposition that the subject of his question relating to that accident does not pertain to Pearl de la Savane Limited, but instead Pearl Logistics Limited, which is a totally different entity. So how does he expect me to have information on Pearl de la Savane?
Why I expect that, Honourable Minister? Can you confirm whether when you met captain of the bus industries 5 days ago, they made representations to you with regard to a sum of 350,000 rupees owed by Pearl de la Savane, and whether he's aware that complaints have also been filed at the NLTA against the same company?
Okay, Madam Speaker,
Let the Minister reply, please.
it would appear that
He's
the
doing
Honourable...
very well. Yes.
It would appear that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition has a fixation on Pearl de la Savane, which is totally wrong because this is not the subject of your question. But I will reply to you. My officers, all the officers are here. I don't recall anyone standing up and making a complaint formally against Pearl de la Savane during that said meeting. Otherwise, I would have recalled because I answered all the questions myself.
One more question?
Yeah, may I ask the Honourable Minister whether he will consider starting an inquiry on this company and proceed to a full assessment of their vehicles and staff so as not to endanger the lives of innocent passengers?
You mean of Pearl de la Savane? Both companies. Why not?
Okay, Madam, as regards Pearl Logistics Limited, there is a police inquiry on the accident which we are awaited, like I've said extensively during the reply. As regards Pearl de la Savane, he's targeting someone in the house, we all know. There has been a court ruling on this company, and this court ruling allowed the company to go back on the road. So what am I going to do?
The Honourable Minister gave assurance to the House that there will be no cover-up with regard to any inquiry regarding those two companies.
Can you hear?
Can you confirm again what he just stated?
I concluded by saying this. Let me tell.
Let the minister speak, please. Yes, minister.
Yeah, let me tell the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. I did take the undertaking earlier. The subject matter that the Prime Minister talks to me more often in my ministry is regards to road safety. So we are leaving no stones unturned, Madam, to enhance road safety in Mauritius. And the Cabinet decision of last Friday, only after 8 months, approving that we apply, that we give drafting instruction to the Attorney General to come forward with legislation on penalty point system with more than 30 offences. I think now it's about 34. Bears testimony, as compared to 21 before, bears testimony to our commitment to road safety.
The question, one moment. Question was about cover-up. Just answer that question.
Madam, it is
Yes.
in my substantive reply.
I
No
know.
cover-up will be.
Yeah, if there is cover-up, you'll come back with another question.
That was my question, Madam Speaker. I've got a last question. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House how will his ministry remedy to the lack of buses in the western region of the country, particularly from Beach Cup?
Yeah, Madam, over the last 10 years, this land transport sector has been totally neglected. Totally neglected.
Okay.
Now we are doing our level best, including starting with a holistic survey by the NLTA. And in a few days' time, the Prime Minister and myself, we will be inaugurating 100 buses, which is given to us by Government of India, electric buses. This will be very useful in trying to address the problem island-wide. Thank you.
Thank you. One moment. Members, that's the end of it. I have a problem. I can't see my brief. Will you please give me a brief? I think there's so many papers today.
He just lost his brief.
There's so many papers today, I must have left it, or I don't know. Anyway, let's carry on. Now we've finished with the P and Q. We will start with PQs addressed to the PMQT. Prime Minister, honourable members, the table has been advised that PQB 804 will be replied by the Honourable Prime Minister, time permitting. PQB 779 will be replied by the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade. Honourable Second Member for Maibo Plaine Magnan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B768.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Chief Executive Officer of Airport Terminal Operations Limited that the car park at the Sir Sivsagar Ramgoolam International Airport has a total of 1,562 parking slots located as follows. The old terminal has 670 slots and the new terminal 892 slots. 1,207 of these parking slots are dedicated to the public, whilst the remaining 355 are used by airport stakeholders. Following complaints received from members of the public with respect to the lack of parking spaces at the new terminal, 2 surveys were conducted by the Airport Terminal Operations Limited on the 5th and the 10th of March 2025 respectively. These surveys have revealed that 35% of the parking slots were occupied by car rental vehicles, thus reducing the availability of parking facilities for the public. The situation becomes particularly chaotic during peak seasons due to insufficient parking spaces. To address this issue, a dedicated parking zone of 144 slots for car rental operators is now operational at the old terminal car park since May of this year. Consequently, this decision has significantly helped to eliminate the persisting problem of parking available for the general public near the new terminal building. Since these changes have been made, no complaints have been received. With regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed by the Chief Executive Officer that there are now already adequate parking spaces, roads and exit gates at the airport. It is therefore not envisaged to provide additional facilities at this point. As regards Part B of the question, I'm informed that the 670 parking slots at the old terminals have always been operational. As stated, 144 slots are dedicated for car rental operators, and the remaining 526 are meant for the general public. Adequate directional signage is available to guide car park users through and out of the old terminal parking. Madam Speaker, I'm further informed that following an open national international bidding exercise, a contract was awarded on the 12th of August 2024 to VD Tech Distributors Limited for the sum of $1,421,493, excluding VAT, dollars, which would make around 66,810,171 rupees at the time, for the implementation of a smart car park management solution project in 2 phases. This project is expected to smoothen the traffic flow and improve parking experience at the airport. Phase 1 of the project, which is presently being implemented, is expected to be operational in December of this year. I also wish to inform the House that the Board of Airport Terminals Operations Limited did not deem it important to appoint a consultant to ascertain that the works undertaken is in compliance with the terms of the contract. Secondly, another disturbing fact is that one of the members of the bid evaluation committee is the very person who is now certifying the quality of the works prior to the payment. That is MSM. This matter has been referred to the Financial Crimes Commission.
Yes.
Thank you, the Honourable Prime Minister. Just as a suggestion, perhaps to consider to put automatic paying tickets for parking to reduce traffic at the airport. I got a supplementary question. Is the Prime Minister aware that daily fighting and discussion among taxi operators at the SSR airport have been reported several times at the police station of the SSR airport? No action have been taken. Will an investigation be initiated to ensure the safety of our citizens at the airport?
I'm not aware that there has been no investigation, but I'll certainly transmit that to the Airports Authority.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Third Member for Beaubassin, Petite Rivière.
769, please.
Madam Speaker, in the budget speech 2025-2026, I announced that the rates of excise duty on vehicles would be increased. This budgetary measure was implemented through a financial resolution passed on the day of the budget, that is the 5th of June 2025. This makes the increase in the rates of excise duty effective as from the 6th of June 2025. In a spirit of fairness, we provided a transitional period whereby a vehicle continued to be subject to the old excise rate as was applicable, that is, prior to the 6th of June 2025, provided that, first, the vehicle has been issued with an import permit or has been shipped or placed in a bonded warehouse before the 6th of June 2025, and there are 2 conditions, and it was cleared from the customs on or before the 30th of June 2025. Accordingly, after the transitional period, that is from the 1st of July 2025, all vehicles cleared from customs are being subjected to the new excise rates. Representations have been received from dealers of both new and second-hand imported motor vehicles through their respective associations. The Motor Vehicle Dealers Association, which represents dealers of new imported motor vehicles, requested in writing that the cut-off date of 30th of June 2025 for the transitional period be extended by 6 months, that is to 31st of December 2025. The Dealers in Imported Vehicles Associations, which represents second-hand imported vehicles, requested for a meeting with government to discuss issues that they had on the transitional provision or the new tax rate on hybrid vehicles. Officers of the Ministry of Finance held a meeting on the 25th of June 2025 with representatives of the Dealers in Imported Vehicles Association, namely the chairperson and 2 members. And the latter made the following proposals. 1, to extend the cutoff date of 30th of June 2025 to 30th of September 2025 for cars already shipped as well as those not yet shipped but for which an import permit had already been obtained before the 6th of June 2025. Secondly, they asked that motor vehicles in respect of which applications for import permit have been made on the 5th of June 2025, that is, on budget day, be subjected to the old rate of excise duty. And third, to extend the cutoff date of 30th of June 2025 to 15th of July 2025 for cars in bonded showrooms or warehouses due to administrative bottlenecks following a surge in the number of vehicles requiring clearance at the level of various government agencies. Madam Speaker, with regards to the extension of the cutoff date, I wish to highlight that the 2 associations had requested different extension dates. Entertaining the request would have accentuated the alarming rate of increase in vehicles on the road and defeated the very purpose of introducing that measure. Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Mauritius Revenue Authority that during the transitional period which we extended, which lasted for 25 days, a total of 6,703 cars, of which 4,093 were new and 2,610 imported second-hand cars were cleared by the Customs Department under the old rates of excise duty. I think these figures speak for themselves, Madam Speaker. The number of cars cleared during the transitional period represents more than 3 times the average monthly import in 2024, which was 2,020 cars. In fact, the number of cars cleared during the 25 days of the transitional period represents nearly 30% of the total number of imported cars in 2024. Total number. It is evident, therefore, that dealers in new and imported motor vehicles have been able to take full advantage of the transitional period. During the month of June 2025, imports of motor vehicles led to a total outflow of foreign currencies of around $200 million. This has impacted negatively on the trade deficit as well as the availability of foreign currencies on the forex market. Therefore, government does not intend to extend the cut-off rate date for the transitional period.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Madame la Présidente.
Yes.
Le Premier ministre peut-il expliquer à la Chambre pourquoi, même s'il a, dans sa réponse, donné beaucoup d'explications, un délai aussi court de seulement 24 jours qui a été imposé pour tout finaliser. Donc, alors qu'il faut entre 6 et 8 semaines pour un bateau pour arriver à Maurice, que ce soit depuis le Japon ou l'Angleterre, par exemple.
I must say, Madam Speaker, there were discussions, and many people wanted not to have a transitional period at all. The cut-off date had to be on the budget day, that is the next day, 6th of June. But we decided to give some time. But as I mentioned, Madam Speaker, look at the number of cars that were imported during that short period and how much government actually lost. But that's the way it is.
Okay.
Madame la Présidente.
Oui, allez-y.
Donc, comme je l'ai dit, vu le temps que prennent les bateaux pour arriver à Port-Louis, le Premier ministre peut-il, malgré tout ce qu'il a dit, j'ai bien compris, peut-il envisager d'accorder un délai raisonnable de 92 jours aux importateurs, comme cela avait été le cas pour une transaction similaire en 2016 à travers le GN 165 de 2016, en fait?
In our case, the answer is no.
Très bien. Next question, Honourable second member for Rivière des Anguilles, Souillac.
Question B770, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Financial Crimes Commission that there is an ongoing investigation on the allegations with respect to the acquisition of immovable properties of the former Prime Minister at Angus Road. With regard to part A of the question, this inquiry is still going on at the FCC, and therefore it would not be available to give further information on that. But as regards part B of the question, the straight answer is yes. The House may wish to recall that in June 2014, the Attorney General's office had made a request for mutual legal assistance to the UK authorities on the very subject. This request had been made specifically to trace the money trail in this very matter. However, soon after the MSM-led coalition came to power in December 2014, the then Attorney General, Mr. Ravi Yerigadu, had in early 2015 advised the defunct ICAC that the MSM-led government did not wish to pursue the request for mutual legal assistance with the UK authorities. That is plainly interference in an inquiry. It is deeply troubling, Madam Speaker, that such a crucial avenue of international cooperation was deliberately shut down. This only reinforces the concerns about how politically sensitive matters were handled, or rather mishandled, in the past 10 years by the former MSM-led government. Instead of supporting the search for truth, steps were allegedly taken to block investigations, to kill investigations, in fact. We, on the other hand, are committed to institutional integrity, accountability, and the proper functioning of the judicial process.
Yes? Yes, your supplementary?
Thank you. But the Honourable Prime Minister must acknowledge that the public demands clear and tangible outcomes from such inquiry. Can he give assurance to this House that this will be the case?
I can give the total assurance 100,000% that this will be the case. No cover-up, nobody will be spared, the truth will have to prevail.
Yes. The Honourable Third Member for Portrush North and Motailon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. PQB 771, please.
Madam Speaker, regarding to part A of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that 7 vehicles from the police carpool were allocated to the former Commissioner of Police during his tenure of office. 7 years, 7. Even I don't have 7. From the 3rd of August 2021 to the 12th of November 2024. In respects to part A1 and 2 of the question, I'm tabling the information required by the Honourable Member. With regard to part A3 of the question, I'm informed that there is an ongoing investigation on this matter. With regards to part B1, 2, and 3 of the question, I'm further informed by the Commissioner of Police that during the tenure of Mr. Anil Kumar Dip, former Commissioner of Police, no vehicle was specifically acquired by the government for his use. Although, in accordance with the recommendation of the 2021 PRB report, the Commissioner of Police may either be allocated a government vehicle within the prescribed ceiling value for both official and private use, or opt for a 100% duty exemption for a car up to 2,000 cc with relevant allowances. Upon his retirement on the 13th of November 2024, Mr. Anil Kumar Dip acquired a car from the VIP carpool of make Porsche model Macan for the sum of 415,140 rupees, which was delivered to him on the 16th of November 2024.
Yes, Mr. Kazan, you're all right? Yes? Good. The Honourable Fourth Member for Rodrigues.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B772.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Civil Status Division that the celebration of civil marriages in Rodrigues, including those between a Rodriguan and a foreign national, as well as between 2 foreign nationals, is governed by the Civil Status Act, which applies across the Republic of Mauritius. As regards to the publication procedure for marriages involving a non-citizen to a citizen, I'm informed that A, both persons must appear in person at the Central Civil Status Office to submit a joint application for publication along with all the mandatory documents. 2, upon verification and acceptance of the documents, the Civil Status Officer proceeds with the publication of the intended marriage at the Central Civil Status Office the civil status office of the district where each party has resided for at least 7 days, and the civil status office of the district where the marriage is meant to take place. The publication notice is affixed in the respective offices for a period of 30 consecutive days. It is to be noted that the civil marriage cannot be celebrated during that period of publication, that is 30 days. Moreover, during a 30-day publication period, any person may lodge a notice of objection to the marriage with the registrar. And if no objection is received, or if any objection is overruled, the marriage may then be celebrated within a period of 3 months. Madam Speaker, with regard to marriages between two non-citizens, I'm informed that the procedure is as follows. A, an application for publication of the intended marriage, along with all the required documents, must be submitted to the Central Civil Status Office, either via email or through a registered wedding coordinator, at least 1 month prior to the intended day of the celebration, to allow for the necessary verification and clearance from the Passport and Immigration Office. B, therefore, upon arrival in Mauritius, both parties must report in person to the Central Civil Status Office for verification of the original documents. C, once the documents have been verified and approved, the parties proceed to the Civil Status Office of the district where the marriage is meant to be celebrated to complete the publication procedures, and D, the civil marriage may then be celebrated on the day immediately following the day of publication. As for Rodrigues citizens intended to marry a foreign citizen, or for two foreign citizens to marry in Rodrigues, they have to follow the process in Mauritius, as it is in Mauritius, I described above, and therefore proceed to Rodrigues for the celebration of the civil marriage.
Yes, your supplementary?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Honourable Prime Minister for his reply. Some years back, I understand that the procedures were done in Rodrigues. Can the Prime Minister inform the House if he will consider that this resume as it was before?
I must say I didn't quite understand the question.
He
you want a
said-
different procedure for Rodrigues?
Yes, he said, will you accept to go back to the previous procedure when it was done in Rodrigues?
We'll have to look into that.
Yes, I think so. What is interesting is that Mauritius is not Gretna Green. You can't just go and get married. You need publication. Okay. I think now we've reached the second member for Maïbo Plaine Magnan, Mr. Apollo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B773.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that on the 24th of September 2024, at around 19:20 hours, Mr. Gigi reported to the police that earlier, at about 1700 hours, he was in the company of 5 persons, and they were peacefully demonstrating on the pavement near the new social living development housing units at Résidence Malherbe. All 6 individuals were wearing white T-shirts bearing the inscription, No Adil Piti Mama, and were holding a banner in which was written, No Adil Piti Mama et rends-nous la terre. The House may wish to recall that the deal Piti Mama pertained to a case of potential conflict of interest, given that it involved a transfer of a 60-year-old lease for a plot of land in Port-Louis. At one point during the demonstration, 4 individuals known to the declarant approached the group, pushed them, forcibly took the banner and tore it, and then uttered offensive words directed at them. I'm further informed, Madam Speaker, by the Commissioner of Police that on the 27th of 2024, that is 3 months after the incident, the case was referred to the Central Criminal Investigation Department for further investigation. During the course of the inquiry, police recorded statements from the complainant, the 5 individuals who were with him at the material time, and 4 of the police officers who were on duty thereafter. This inquiry is still ongoing. So far, no person has been arrested.
Yes, Mr. Apollo, yes. All right, this Honourable third member for Port-Louis North and Montagnard, Mr. Kadia.
B774, please.
Madam Speaker, the Citizen Support Portal, CSP, which was launched in April 2017, is a digital platform that allows citizens to register their complaints, queries, and suggestions related to government services. Each registered complaint is allocated a ticket number. At the back end of the portal, the CSP connects 583 ministries, departments, local authorities, parastatal bodies, and some state-owned companies for the purpose of resolving the complaints and challenging the suggestions and queries. Madam Speaker, in regard to Part A of the question, when a citizen registered a ticket through the website or a mobile app, it is automatically challenged to the CAB nearest to his residence. The citizen support officer posted there reviews the case and, where possible, addresses the problem. If the issue requires support from any ministry or department or parastatal body, it requires then the CSO transfer the ticket directly on the system to the desk officer or the focal point designated by the organization concerned. It is the responsibility of the organization to resolve the ticket within different time frame set by them and to inform the compliant accordingly. The focal point analyzes and monitors all the tickets which have been created within the organizations and its subsidiary departments and parastatal bodies. The CSU also conducts an overall monitoring of tickets registered on a regular basis to identify recurring and systemic issues and provide ministry with evidence-based insights for performance monitoring, policy and service improvement. Madam Speaker, in regard to Part B of the question, I'm informed that as of 24th of July 2025, 14 state-owned enterprises under the aegis of various ministries have been included into the CSU software ecosystem and data analytics dashboard. Other state-owned enterprises, statutory bodies, and parastatal organizations are being encouraged to register on the portal. It will be in the public interest that all such bodies be taken on board of the CSU portal.
Thank you. Yes. The Honourable Second Member for Rodrigues, Mr. Francois.
Thank you very much. B/775.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that a bill entitled Diego Garcia Military Base and British Indian Ocean Territory Bill was presented to the UK House of Commons and read for the first time on the 15th of July 2025. The purpose of the bill is inter alia to provide for the dissolution of the so-called British Indian Ocean Territory. As per the press release recently issued by the British High Commission, Chagosian's British citizenship remains unaffected by the domestic law enacted by the UK Parliament, to give effect, that is, to the agreement between Mauritius and the UK concerning the Chagos Archipelago, including Diego Garcia. Madam Speaker, nothing in this agreement between Mauritius and the UK on the Chagos Archipelago purports to adversely affect any citizenship rights that any Chagosians may be entitled to under the UK citizenship or nationality laws. For the avoidance of any doubt, I wish to recall that Mauritius has never recognized the so-called British Indian Ocean Territory, which was purportedly created by the UK following this unlawful excision of the Chagos Archipelago from the territory of Mauritius prior to its accession to independence.
Yes. It's all right? Yes. The Honourable First Member for Savannah Black River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B/776.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that the Anti-Drug and Smuggling Unit, ADSU, of the Western Division operates under the command of a Superintendent of Police who reports to the Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of ADSU. Its office is located at the divisional headquarters in Rosehill. In regards to Part A of the question, the Western Division has 58 police officers of various grades. The team includes supervisory, investigative, and operational personnel. Regarding to Part B of the question, I'm informed that for operational effectiveness, the Western Division is deployed into 5 sub-teams in 36 regions, comprising inter alia Albion, Black River, Beaubassin, Rosehill, and Bamboo. Regard to Part C of the question, I'm informed that a fleet of 15 vehicles is at the disposal of the division. Madam Speaker, I'm also informed that while ADSU sub-teams are assigned specific jurisdiction within the Western Division, they retain the authority to operate island-wise, particularly if there is intelligence about urgent threats.
Yes, one question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In view, like the Prime Minister just said, the area covered, will he consider to bring a new Western Division to the west, a new headquarter or main office to the west?
This is the proposal that is being looked at, because when it is at Rodrigues, this is the complaint that has been made. They are looking whether it is possible to split. There are, I just said there are subdivisions, but maybe that should be considered.
Okay, happy. The Honourable Second Member for Rivière-des-Anguilles-Souillac.
Question B777, please.
Madam Speaker, on the basis of information gathered so far, Mrs. Sona Ori has served as 1. Commissioner for the Protection of Borrowers for the period 15th May 2015 to 21st of October 2019, drawing a monthly salary of 100,000 rupees, a travelling allowance of 9,000 rupees, and a driver's allowance of 7,000 rupees. Mrs. Sona Ori was reappointed on the 13th of December 2019 with a monthly salary, which was then increased to 120,000 rupees, a travelling allowance which was increased to 9,000 rupees, but with the driver's allowance increased to 8,400 rupees. She resigned on the 27th of February 2020. Second, she served also as a member of the Assessment Review Committee for a period of 3 years, with effect from the 2nd of July 2020, with an all-inclusive monthly allowance of 86,845 rupees and a monthly travelling allowance of 11,500 rupees. Following the PRB report of 2021, her monthly all-inclusive allowance was revised to 96,295 rupees and travelling allowance of 12,000 rupees with effect from the 1st of January 2021 to the 30th of June 2022. The travelling allowance was also increased to 13,200 rupees as from the 1st of July 2020. Mrs. Sona Ori was reappointed as member of the ARC for a further period of 3 years with effect from the 1st of July 2023, and she resigned on the 17th of October 2024. Thirdly, she was a board member of AHL Properties from September 2023 to November 2024, drawing a 10,000 rupees monthly salary as board fees. Fourth, she was also a board member of Lenscope from March 2018 to October 2019, and from March 2020 to November 2024 with a monthly fee of 25,000 rupees. Fifth, she was a board member of BPML Freeport Services Limited from May 2018 to November 2024 for a monthly fee of 8,500 rupees. Sixth, she was also a board member of Informatics Park Limited from May 2018 to October 2019, drawing a monthly fee of 10,500 rupees. Seventh, she was also a member of the Council of the Mahatma Gandhi Institute, Rabindranath Tagore Institute from 2015 to 2019 for a total fee of 98,160 rupees. And seventh, she was also chairperson of the Senior Appointment Committee of the Mauritius Institute of Education from April 2017 to October 2019 for a total fee of 102,599 rupees. Madam Speaker, it's not over. It's not over. Mrs. Sona Ori also served as legal advisor to various public organizations. 1. Airports of Mauritius Company Limited from November 2023 to October 2024 for a fee of 1.3 million rupees. Second, Mauritius Duty Free Paradise. She was again a legal advisor to Mauritius Duty Free Paradise from July 2016 to December 2023, drawing a legal fees of 4.8 million rupees. Third, she was also a member of the Mauritius Broadcasting Corporation from March 2024 to January 2025, drawing 239,900 rupees as fees. Fourth, SBM Holdings Limited. She was also a member there. She was earning fees of 4.7 million rupees in 2024. And fifth, SBM. She was also a member of the FEM Bank Limited for the years 2020 to 2024, and believe it or not, for a total fee of 37.2 million rupees. Madam Speaker, no, not over. Mrs. Sona Ori was enlisted as a legal representative for the following institutions. One, the Mauritius Police Force, representing former commissioners of police in several cases and drawing a total of 4.3 million rupees. She was also the legal representative of the Independent Broadcasting Authority in June 2022 for a fee of 61,000 rupees. Third, she was also a legal representative of the Information and Communication Technologies Authority from 2016 to 2024 for a fee of 12.1 million rupees. Fourth, she was also the legal representative of Mauritius Housing Company Limited for the period of October 2021 to March 2025 at a cost of 1.4 million rupees. Furthermore, she was also the legal representative of the Financial Intelligence Unit for services provided in December 2023 and January 2024 at a cost of 1.5 million rupees. Six, she was also, Madam Speaker, a legal representative for Air Mauritius Limited for a disciplinary committee in March 2017 for a fee of 115,000 rupees. She was also the legal representative of Polytechnics Mauritius Limited from January 2018 to September 2018 and February 2021 against a fee of 188,400 rupees. She was also the legal representative of the Independent Review Panel for two cases, in 2020 and 2023 against a total payment of 567,500 rupees for two cases. Ninth, Mobank Limited. She was also a representative there, legal representative, for the period of January 2022 to December 2024 for a total fee of 348,700 rupees. Madam Speaker, for the period of 2015 to 2024, Mrs. Sona Ori, attorney at law, has received a total amount of 82.7 million rupees. In addition, Mrs. Sona Ori has made a claim of 2,027,500 to the FCC. If we add this, the sum amount to an astronomical figure of 84.7 million rupees in favor of Mrs. Ori. I sometimes ask myself, Madam Speaker, but there were no other attorneys in Mauritius, only one person. You ask yourself, what do these people eat? What could they be eating to take so much money? How fat can you get on money?
Honourable fourth member for Port-Louis North and Montaignon, Mr. Duval. Okay, let's have this one, and then we will stop. Yes, Prime Minister?
Madam Speaker, I wish to refer the Honourable Member to the statement I made in the House last Friday, the 25th of July of this year, where I denounced the unpatriotic and disgraceful act of the opposition which caused the reputation of our country to be sullied. Now, I've already addressed parts B and C of the question in the statement that I made at the sitting of Friday, 25th of July, 2025. As regards to part A of the question, the delegation comprised Honourable Jaman, Honourable Savabati, Honourable Lakiram, Honourable Apollon, and Honourable Babulal. The total cost incurred amounted to 1,134,471 rupees. I'm also informed that the honourable members will refund the excess per diem that was paid to them at the mission, which was initially scheduled from 16th of July to the 1st of August 2025, lasted only from 18th of July to 25th of July 2025. That is how we operate on this side. Madam Speaker, it is worth pointing out that the Honourable Juval became Speaker after his predecessor was consigned to the ICU under the false pretext that he had to undergo urgent cardiac treatment. There was a confusion as well. He made a statement that I'm not resigned, I'm well, and then we heard that he's going, God knows what happened. Over the 78 days when the Honourable Member was Speaker, he realized the feat of chairing 4 sittings of the National Assembly and undertook 3 missions over a span of 2 weeks, shuttling from India to China to Armenia. 3 missions that cost the taxpayers an amount of 748,102 rupees. And this amount of 748,112, this amount excludes expenses for other members of the delegation. That is only for him. As I indicated, Madam Speaker, in my statement last Friday, the Honourable Kirin has already served 2 full terms as a member of the national delegation to the Pan-African Parliament, that is from May 2015 to May 2018, again from May 2020 to October 2024. For the period 2015 to 2018, he undertook 5 missions for a total cost of 1,112,011 rupees. Now, during the period 2019 to 2024, he participated in meetings of the Pan-African Parliament on 10 occasions. Wow. The expenditure incurred for these missions were 2,723,195 cents. The total expenses for these 15 missions, as a member of the national delegation, amount to 3,835,206 rupees and 75 cents. And I wish to draw the attention of the House to the protocol of the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, which was adopted in 1214. And I quote, it says, the term of a member of the Pan-African Parliament shall be for 5 years. He or she shall be eligible for re-election for 1 further term only. This clause is currently in the process of ratification. Had it been ratified, the Honourable Member would not even have been eligible for that re-election. I'm a bit surprised that this escaped his attention. And Article 4, Madam Speaker, is clear. What does it say? It says that members of the opposition, it doesn't say that members of the opposition should be included. It says that it should include a diversity of opinion. But I remind the House, we have a diverse coalition here, 4 parties plus members from Rodrigues. We have a diversity of opinion.
Yes?
Yes. Madam Speaker, there are many precedents of delegations being told to ask the placards because of the way they have been constituted. I will ask the Prime Minister whether he is prepared to take back the injurious statement that he has made against the Pan-African Parliament last Friday and the African Union.
I I made the statement, Madam Speaker, because precisely of the unpatriotic way that they have sullied the reputation of this country.
Okay, members, we have got members. Members, I am trying to speak. We have gone well beyond the time limit for you, Prime Minister. So we are ending here. B780, B783, B782 have been withdrawn. Now we move to questions addressed to Honourable Ministers. And I'm calling on the Whip, Chief Whip. I'm sorry, I should call you Honourable Second Member for Belrose, Quatre-Bonnes, because it's in this capacity that you put the question. Go ahead.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. B786.
Avant la réponse, Monsieur le Ministre, permettez-moi de dire tout ce qui a été retiré. Let me do that. The table has been advised that PQB 796 will be replied by Honourable Minister of Tourism. PQB 798 will be replied by Honourable Minister of Housing and Lands. PQB 805 will be replied by Honourable Minister of Tourism. PQB 812 will be replied by the Honourable Minister of Local Government. Now, Honourable Minister.
786 is a nice coincidence. It is my registered number of the rolls of engineers. Madam Speaker, I would like to refer the Honourable Member to my reply to her PQ B17153 of 18 March 2025, whereby I informed the House that an inquiry would be carried out on the cycle network project, which was implemented by the Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit of my ministry, owing to its high value and fading of the paint at several locations, which the Honourable Member had mentioned in the House. To recall, the Honourable Member had questioned me as to whether an inquiry would be conducted on this project that cost 61.94 million rupees inclusive of VAT. And in this respect, Madam Speaker, the internal control was requested, was requested to conduct an inquiry with the following terms of reference. A, to assess compliance with procedures. B, review the procurement process. And C, assess the role of stakeholders. Madam Speaker, the Internal Control Unit has submitted its report to my ministry on 30th of May 2025, and I must say the findings are appalling. The list is quite long. I will just mention the salient ones at this stage for this project, which I have to remind the House, as I stated before, is devoid of a regulatory framework. Okay, regarding the compliance and procedures part, which is the first part of the terms of reference, the capital project process manual and the conditions of contract have not been complied with. Number two, there are instances where major items which have not been completed, but they were paid for. This tantamount to forgery. Number three, the photos and fading road markings, as were tabled by the Honourable Octin, has been confirmed by the Internal Control Unit. As a matter of fact, there have been discrepancies in materials used. Now, coming back to the second part of the terms of reference, the review of procurement process, the findings are as follows. Number one, there were inconsistencies in the scope of works for the consultancy services of Mega Design Limited, which is the consultant that was appointed. I am informed that there are deviations as regards requirements of the CIDB, Construction Industry Development Board. There were inappropriate evaluation of technical bids for consultancy services, and I'm informed that the consultant was paid a total of 13.472 million rupees inclusive of VAT. There were inaccurate cost estimates by the TRMSU. Rates submitted by the contractor was on the high side. The contract was awarded to Transfinvest company though the contract price was 25.13% higher than the cost estimate. It is to be noted that the required limit as per the Capital Project Process Manual of the Ministry of Finance is only 15%. Madam Speaker, as regards the assessment of the role of stakeholders, which is the third part of the terms of reference, the Internal Control Unit found major shortfalls in connection with lack of supervision by the project manager at the TRMSU and at the Ministry's level. Madam Speaker, against this backdrop, I would like to inform the Honourable Member and the House that the report is now being submitted to the Financial Crimes Commission for further investigation.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Santil.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Will the Honourable... je suis abasourdi par la réponse du ministre. Will the Honourable Minister inform the House of a number of meetings chaired by the former Minister Ganu in connection with this project? Thank you.
I don't have this number, but Madam Speaker, I have to say that in my more than a decade of career in the civil service, I've never seen such level of deviation with approved processes and manuals. In as much as the report is being forwarded to the Financial Crime Commission, I will leave it to the Commission to elucidate whether the officers took it on themselves or were instructed by other people, including the former minister.
Yes.
The last one, Madam Speaker. Will the Minister indicate whether the findings of the inquiry will be made public in the interest of transparency and good governance? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I have the report with me. It's quite thick. This is the report that is being forwarded to the Financial Crime Commission for further inquiry. I believe at this stage it will be improper for me to table it.
Too early. Yes, Mr. Bijan, I think.
Yes,
yes,
thank you, Madam
second
Speaker.
member for Grand Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B787.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Road Development Authority that the road in front of Duga Churn Hari Government School in Goodlands, known as the Mapu Goodlands A5 Road, is frequently flooded during heavy rainfall period due to surface runoff from lateral roads and lack of adequate drainage network. These flood events cause significant disruption to school attendance, pose serious safety risks to students, pedestrians, and road users, and adversely affect vehicular movement along the Mapu Woodlands Road. To resolve the flooding problem at this locus, a comprehensive drainage scheme has been proposed by the Land Drainage Authority, comprising two main components, namely, Component 1, provision of concrete drains dimension 0.7 meter by 0.7 meter over a stretch of 400 meters along A5 Road in front of the school, and construction of a cross drain across A5 Road to evacuate water from lateral roads. Given that the first component relates to a main road, the works have been entrusted to the RDA. The works have been estimated at 18 million and will be carried out under the framework agreement of the RDA to be funded under the National Flood Management Program. Once financial clearance is secured, a works order will be issued and the drain works will be implemented within 8 months. Component 2, in parallel, the National Development Unit has been requested to proceed with complementary flood mitigation interventions within the vicinity, including, first, a provision of a 50-meter stretch of absorption drain along Verger Road to capture excess runoff from upstream regions, and B, construction of absorption drains and installation of cross drains along GSS Road, Reservoir Road, and Subani Road with grating. The works are currently being implemented by General Construction Limited for an amount of 14.6 million. Works started in October 2024 and expected to be completed by August 2025. Madam Speaker, a long-term solution to to the issue of flooding along Royal Road, Woodlands, in the vicinity of Douga-Churn Early Government School will be obtained once both components have been implemented.
Yes. Yes, one question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the Honourable confirm if requests have been obtained previously by the former government representative in the Assembly regarding these repeated problems in the region of Goodlands?
As far as I am aware, I don't think a request was made, but anyway, we are undertaking the works by RDA and the NDA. There are two projects that will be undertaken.
Yes, the Honourable First Member for Savannah and Black River.
B788.
Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I am informed that a total of 229 leases has been granted by my ministry over state land at Riambel as follows. 155 for residential purposes, 64 Carpmore sites, and 10 for industrial purposes. I am also informed that all the sites are connected to the CEB and CWA networks. As regards Part B, I am further informed that there are no squatters over state land at Riambel. However, there are 3 cases of squatting within the Suriname XVIII housing estate, which forms part of the bigger portion of state land at Riambel. My ministry is considering the possibility of regularizing these 3 cases. Insofar as access to water and electricity is concerned, I understand that applications should be made to the CWA and CEB respectively.
Yes. Okay.
Madam.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Madam. In regards to the 64 more sites you just mentioned, Honourable Minister, I have been informed that there are lots of them which are unoccupied and these places are being used as drug trafficking areas. Will your minister consider to have some site visits over there as they are bushy, they are neglected? Yeah. There are lots of trees, bushes. Will your minister consider having a site visit over there so we can check if those sites are being properly maintained or being used as I've just said?
I am very thankful to the Honourable Member, who as usual is very meticulous when it comes to those issues. I would gladly go through the bushes with you. I mean, to those Carpmores, and we would look into it. I would gladly love the opportunity of doing so with the other members of the constituency as well, and my officers, and if at all any Carpmore site is totally left abandoned, I see it as a changement de destination, and as such, I would explore the possibility of putting an end to those leases. Correct. Rightly so. Thank you.
Yes, okay. The Honourable Second Member for Grand Bay Poudre d'Or.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B789.
Madam Speaker, I am informed on the 20th of March 2025, a tragic workplace accident occurred on the premises of Sagar Hotels and Resort Limited, more commonly known as Le Méridien Hotel, located at Pointe de Piment. The incident involved the explosion of a diving cylinder, which unfortunately caused the death of 1 person. With regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed that on the same day, the National Occupational Safety and Health Department of my ministry started an investigation on the site to determine the cause of the accident. I'm informed that the matter is still under investigation and the ministry is awaiting the testimony of a supervisor of the deceased who was out of town, as well as the report of the Forensic Science Laboratory on the gas cylinder that exploded. Madam Speaker, the police has informed my ministry that on the date of the accident, the police conveyed the body to Dr. G2 Hospital mortuary, where an autopsy was carried out and the principal medical officer certified the cause of death as shock due to multiple injuries. According to information gathered by the police, it came out that the deceased was replenishing one cylinder with compressed air by a compressor when the cylinder exploded. The cylinder was secured by the police and sent to FSL on the same day for deeper analysis and investigation. My ministry has been informed that the FSL completed its investigation on 28th of July 2025, yesterday, and the report has been submitted to the police. My ministry has requested for a copy of this report as it may provide critical insight into the cause of the explosion and also help the ministry determine any breach as regards to compliance with the Occupational Safety and Health Act. Madam Speaker, under Section 72 of the Occupational Safety and Health Act, no gas cylinder for corrosive gas shall be filled unless it has been examined and tested by a competent person at least once every 2 years, and no gas cylinders for other gases shall be filled unless it has been examined and tested by a competent person at least every 5 years. I'm informed by the police department that the cylinder that exploded was purchased on the 7th September 2022. And the director of the center, Mr. MB, is qualified to and possesses a valid certificate to carry out verification. He stated that the hydrostatic test is carried out after 5 years as per guidelines of the manufacturer and the provision of OSH Act. Madam Speaker, although the law clearly provides that gas cylinders must be examined at least once every 5 years, it would appear that in practice, inspection and testing occurs only once every 5 years. As regard to part B of the question, I'm informed that the officers of NOSH undertakes regular visits to places of work, including hotels. On average, visits are carried out at some 20 hotels yearly. As at 23rd of July 2025, 130 hotels are registered under Occupational Safety and Health Act. In respect of part B1 and B2 of the question, I'm further informed that officers of the OSH has carried out visits at 12 hotels since March 2025, and no contravention has been established. I'm tabling the list of the 12 hotels that have been inspected.
Thank you, Minister. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the Honourable Minister inform the House the number of officers posted in the enforcement section to cover the whole Mauritius, and if there has been any lack of OSH officers in that department, the fact that you have just announced 20 hotels are visited on a yearly basis, despite we have 135 hotels registered as a ministry.
Yes, Minister.
Yes, I have been informed, Madam Speaker, that there are currently only 19 officers posted at the enforcement division of the OSH at my ministry, and at least 25 staff are required, and we have made requests for unfunded position to be filled.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Briefly, Doctor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since we are talking about tragic accident with regard to diving, diving may also cause serious decompression sickness. Will the Honourable Minister consider formal implementation of hyperbaric oxygen treatment by hotels who offer large-scale diving? Thank you.
Very good.
I will certainly convey this message, and we'll have to discuss with the Minister of Tourism and the Minister of Health.
Of course. Thank you. Yes, the Honourable second member for Rivière des Anguilles-Souillat. Last question.
B790, please.
Madam Speaker, Metro Express Limited was incorporated on 26 October 2016 as a public limited company. It is wholly owned by the Government of Mauritius and responsible for the implementation of a multimodal transport system by pioneering a new sector in the local transport industry through the development, financing, construction, operation, and management of the Metro Express light rail transit system in Mauritius under the Metro Express project. The Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the project of the Metro Express was financed by the Government of India, partly through a grant and partly through a line of credit. As part of a requirement within the funding for the line of credit agreement with Government of India, the appointment of a project manager consultant, PMC, in short, was made, and the project was being financed by the Government of India, an Indian company, namely Rodrigues, was selected by the Government of India and appointed by Government of Mauritius. The Government of Mauritius, under its G2G agreement with the Government of Singapore, enlisted the Singapore Corporation Enterprise to provide delivery support and advisory services, in short DSAS, to ensure that the concept design of the project was being effectively implemented by the EPC contractor. Under the DSAS, the scope of work comprised of the design and construct delivery services focused on design and contract management, integration, issues resolution, refinements, provision of technical support and briefings, and support the MEL, Metro Express Limited, on other enabling aspects related to the development of the project and ensure that the concept design is effectively implemented. Madam Speaker, in view to operate the light rail transit system, the services of consultants were enlisted by MEL to capacity build and train the required staff for operation readiness as follows. A, Singapore Corporation Enterprise, Singapore Mass Transit Rapid Transit, which is SMRT Corporation, from September 2018 to September 2020, amounting to 296.5 million rupees, but paid in Singapore dollars. Independent Safety Assessment, ISA, by Metro Transit Solution, MTS, for Phase 1, approximately 4.69 million rupees, and SMRT, Singapore Corporation Enterprise, and STRIDES for Phase 2, A, 2B, 2C, and 3 for approximately 89.55 million rupees. Madam Speaker, for the sake of time, I'm tabling the full list of contractors who have been enlisted by MEL since its setting up, with the names, dates, contract amount, and nature of service. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Can the Honourable Minister inform the House whether proper procedures have been followed in all these activities, and if not, whether an inquiry will be opened?
Time and again we hear about the methodology used by Metro Express Limited, but I can certainly ask the officers, based on the list that I've submitted, to give me a report on the processes followed for the award of these contracts.
Yes. That's it for this morning. I will suspend the sitting for 1.5 hours.
The Honourable Third Member for Portreat North, Mortalon.
B791, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to party of the question, the drains were last cleaned from 26 June to 30th June 2025. The next exercise will be undertaken within a few weeks. As regards road markings, I am made to understand that the Honourable Member effected a joint site visit with representatives of Kia Magashu and the District Council. Road markings will be undertaken from next week and no right turn traffic signs would be fixed thereat. The setting up of a green space at the said Morcellement is under consideration.
Yes, the Honourable Second Member for Grand Pouloulo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. B792.
Vice-président, je suis informé par la Central Water Authority que Morcellement-Boucan, Cancarol et les régions environnantes de Grand B reçoivent un approvisionnement en eau intermittent, soit de 4h à 8h du matin et 16h à 20h le soir, en raison de l'insuffisance de la mobilisation des ressources en eau et des pertes d'eau. De juin 2025, à ce jour, la CWA a enregistré quelques 350 plaintes concernant l'absence d'eau dans la région de Grand B et de Pérébéa. Monsieur le Vice-président, la CWA m'a informé qu'elle a remplacé environ 1,8 km d'ancienne canalisation le long de la route principale de Morcellement-Boucan. En raison des contraintes financières, toutes les routes secondaires de Morcellement-Boucan n'ont pas pu être remplacées. Suite à la pose d'environ 50 mètres de tuyaux le long de la route Adolphina à Morcellement-Boucan, une quinzaine de foyers auparavant approvisionnés en eau par camion-citerne reçoivent désormais l'eau du robinet. Concernant la région de Cancarol, j'ai été informé qu'il n'y a pas de problème majeur d'approvisionnement en eau. Aucune demande de camion-citerne n'ayant été formulée. Cependant, le réseau de Cancarol étant principalement constitué de vieux tuyaux en amiante ciment, celle-ci devrait être remplacée pour éviter les fuites régulières. La CWM informe également que quelques 35 km de tuyaux anciens et défectueux ont été identifiés comme devant être remplacés dans la circonscription numéro 6 sous réserve de la disponibilité des fonds.
Can the Honourable Minister inform this House why has the CWA, under the former government, allowed this problem to persist for nearly 8 years, despite repeated complaints from residents? Or were there any systemic issues like corruption hindering resolution at Gambé? Thank you.
Monsieur le Vice-président, je pense que l'honorable membre a raison. Vous savez, pendant des années, la CWA fut comme la cour de roi Pétou. Chacun faisait ce qu'il voulait avec l'ancien General Manager, le fameux monsieur Francash Mantora, comme chef d'orchestre. Donc l'opacité, l'indiscipline, le gaspillage, la corruption fut le quotidien de cette organisation. Nous sommes aujourd'hui encore à découvrir les frasques de l'ancienne direction avec les fameux 700 millions de roupies de Pipe Replacement Programme. La Chambre est sûrement au courant que, suite au rapport que nous avons reçu ce réservoir de Cluny, 4 officiers ont été suspendus. Donc nous sommes encore à voir et à mettre de l'eau. Ça prendra, je suis sûr, quelques années encore pour mettre toute l'eau qu'il faut. Mais l'honorable membre a raison. Oui, c'est vrai, cela arrive à ce qu'on nous disait.
The Honourable Second Member for Mayberg and Permaillon.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. B793.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Mr. Deputy Speaker, following the grounding of the MV Wakwashu off the southeast coast of Mauritius on the 25th July 2020, the Shipping Division of the Ministry conducted a preliminary inquiry in accordance with the Merchant Shipping Act and Merchant Shipping Preliminary Inquiries and Formal Investigation of Shipping Casualties Regulations 2017. The purpose of the preliminary inquiry was to investigate the maritime accident and to make recommendations for improving safety in Mauritius waters. The report of this preliminary inquiry, was submitted on the 27th August 2020. The investigation found that the main reason of the accident was because of failure of the captain to continuously monitor the ship's position due to social distractions on the bridge. But of course, there is more to it than meet the eyes, because I've been told that there was false entries in the VHF logbooks of the operation room and of Point Tuthiam, where National Coast Guard is. So that was mentioned, in the light of information that was relayed to me. I'm sharing it with the House. Now, I'm also informed by the Commissioner of Police that criminal investigation was conducted by the police department, whereby the captain and the chief officer of the ship were arrested on the 18th August 2020, and they were remanded to the police cell. On 20th December 2021, both were charged for endangering the safe navigation in breach of Section 217, bracket AG of the Merchant Shipping Act before the Intermediate Court. Both accused parties pleaded guilty to the charge, and on 27th December 2021, they were sentenced to 20 months of imprisonment. They made no appeal against the sentence. They were released from jail and repatriated to India on the 30th December 2021. I'm further informed that a court of investigation was set up on the 18th and 2020 to investigate into and report on inter alia the circumstances leading to the grounding of the vessel, and on the 15th September 2022, the Court of Investigation submitted its report. Mr. Deputy Speaker, regarding part 2 of the question, I'm informed that over the period 2021 to 2022, the Japan Protection and Indemnity Club, insurer of MV Wakwashu, has paid compensation as follows. Total amount of $2,650,048 that was made on the 23rd December 2021 to 999 beneficiaries, comprising 198 African fishers, 177 fishmongers, and 624 registered fishers. Accordingly, each affected fisher or fishermonger received around $113,000 as compensation from the insurer, representing the full, that's what the insurance company wants us to believe, representing the full and final settlement of all claims for loss of income, including damages to fishing gear, equipment, and tackle for the period August 2020 to March 2021. A total of 22,708,000 rupees from 26 January 2021 to 29 April 2022 to 1,246 individual claimants, such as artisanal jewelry makers, boat painters, skippers, hawkers, and seafood collectors, who had submitted the claims for compensation on the e-platform set up jointly by the Ministry and the then Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Planning on 14th August 2020. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as regards part B of the question, I'm informed that the then government decided that the report would not be made public in view of the fact that certain recommendations contained in the report of the Court of Investigation were referred to the Director of Public Prosecution for action on the 9th April 2023. I'm further informed that the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution has directed the Commissioner of Police to investigate into possible offences based on the recommendation of the report. I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that the report of the Commission of Inquiry has not been made public, and so far no inquiry has been initiated. I wish to reassure the firm that shortly I will hold discussions with my colleague, the Attorney General, and the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade on this matter.
Honourable Third Member for Mayberg.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Sir, could the Honourable Minister please inform the House whether, in connection with this matter, there is an inquiry still going on or not? Thank you.
As of now, no. From the report submitted by the Commissioner of Police, it's clear and obvious that there is no ongoing investigation. However, May I remind the House that the Senior Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions on the 13th of March 2023 impressed upon the then Commissioner of Police that certain inquiries have to be conducted in the light of false entries in the very high-frequency logbooks of Operation Room and false entries in the VHF logbook of Pointe du Diable. But as you know, there has been no follow-up, no outcome, and here we are. But following the meeting which I will have with colleagues, then I will convey the message to Cabinet, and then we'll certainly look into as to whether the time has come to render the report public.
One last question on this item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Now we know that the accused parties in this case have been convicted. Is the Honourable Minister prepared to inform the House whether those individuals who reside in those areas and who have been affected and who have lodged a case then for their losses they have incurred, whether those individuals would have to proceed with their case individually or whether the government will look into it?
I cannot dispense advice in relation to the specific questions you have asked, but I see no reason why they cannot lodge their case before the court.
Yes, the Honourable First Member for Lakavian and Felix.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. B794, please.
Honourable Mr. Labour.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with your permission, I would reply to Parliamentary Question B794 and B810 concurrently as they relate to the same subject matter, that is, alleged discriminatory treatment and dismissal of 2 employees for wearing hijab in their place of work. I'm informed that on 5th of June 2025 and 6th of June 2025, respectively, Mr. M, Mrs. M.A. and Mrs. N.A., who were employed at ENS Africa Mauritius, reported to my ministry that they were prevented from wearing headscarf, hijab, at their workplace. On 13th of June 2025, they were suspended from work, and on the same day, they registered a complaint at my ministry as they considered that they had been discriminated on religious grounds. My ministry convened the representative of ENS Africa Limited, Mauritius, on the 25th of June 2025 to secure their version, and they informed that there is a dress code which has been well established since the past 30 years, and all employees of ENS Africa Limited, Mauritius have to officially adhere to the same. The dress code is an implied term of their contract of employment. Employees are not allowed to wear anything which is outside the dress code. However, they pointed out that there was no written policy regarding dress code. On the 2nd of July 2025, the aggrieved workers reported the existence of a labour dispute between themselves and ENS Africa Limited Mauritius to the President of the Commission of Mediation and Conciliation under Section 64(1 of the Employment Relations Act 2008 on whether they should be allowed to wear headscarf on their uniform at their workplace. Conciliation meetings were held at the Commission on the 7th, 11th, and 17th of July. The workers were present, assisted by their legal counsel. However, ENS Africa did not appear on the 3 occasions. On 18 July 2025, the Commission informed the workers and the employer that it was of the view that a state of deadlock had been reached, and the workers had requested the Commission to refer the matter to the Employment Relations Tribunal. However, on the 21st of July 2025, the Commission received a letter from ENS Mauritius Limited, purported to be dated on the 18th of July 2025, which was a Saturday, terminating the employment of the 2 workers. I'm informed that on the 22nd of July 2025, the 2 aggrieved workers registered a complaint at my ministry to the effect that their employment had been terminated by way of a letter dated 18 July, summarily, allegedly because they had been spreading false and misleading information about ENS Africa Limited, which resulted in apparently threats being made to the safety of the members of the firm. the workers requested that they be reinstated back to their post. On 23rd July 2025, my ministry conducted an inquiry at ENS Africa Mauritius and met with Mr. Thierry Koenig, Senior Attorney Director, and Mr. Maxime Sauzier, Senior Counsel, Chairman, among others. The firm is agreeable to pay all dues prescribed by law upon termination of employment, but they are not agreeable to reinstate the workers. I wish to highlight, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, that although one of the reasons of the termination was misconduct, no disciplinary hearing was held for the employees to provide the workers with the opportunity to answer any charge against them. I'm also not aware if the employer reported any alleged threat which they apparently had received to the police for inquiry. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, on the 25th of July 2025, my ministry referred the matter to the Employment Relations Tribunal to claim reinstatement of the workers. Concurrently, the application to join the workfare program has been referred to the Ministry of Social Integration, Security and National Solidarity for payment of transition unemployment benefit. My ministry has been informed that by the Equal Opportunities Commission that Mrs. N.A. and Ms. M.A. also lodged individual complaints against their employers before the Equal Opportunities Commission on the 25th and 30th of June 2025. Both complainants alleged that they had been discriminated on the basis of their creed, as they had been required by their employer to stop wearing their headscarf at their place of work. ENS Africa Mauritius has yet to give their version to the Equal Opportunities Commission. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regards Part B of the question relating to similar cases of discrimination, I am informed that since 2022, there has been 3 cases reported to my ministry as follows. On 10th of March 2022, a bus conductor reported a case regarding request to have his Sundays off to attend church services. On 3rd of April 2023, an educator of Muslim faith complained that he was denied access to his workplace because of his beard. And on 1st July 2025, the Private Enterprise Employees Union reported a dispute to the effect that employees of the National Social Inclusion Foundation were not being allowed to display any religious symbols on their office table. Following the intervention of my ministry, the first 2 cases have been resolved to the satisfaction of the workers, and the 3rd case is still under mediation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, discrimination of workers cannot be tolerated in a plural society like Mauritius. Section 11 of the Constitution guarantees a citizen's right to practice his religion, and Section 16 of the Constitution protects every citizen against discrimination, including on the basis of creed and religion. Section 5 of the Workers' Rights Act 2019 very clearly provides that no employer shall treat in a discriminating manner any worker who is in his employment. The definition of discrimination includes affording treatment to workers attributed or mainly to their creed. The definition of discrimination includes affording different treatment to workers attributable wholly or mainly to their creed or religion. Moreover, Section 64 of the Workers' Rights Act 2019 further provides that an employment cannot be terminated by reason of a worker's race, color, caste, or religion. Let me reassure the House that this matter is being taken very seriously. As highlighted in the report of Cabinet decision of 25th of July 2025, government has taken note with concern of this case, and the possibility of action being taken against the law firm is being examined. My ministry is in consultation with the Attorney General's Office, working towards the reinforcement of labour legislation to prevent violation of the human rights of workers, including in such cases of discrimination.
Yes, you have one supplementary.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, may I ask the Honourable Minister, taking into account that there are many cases that are not reported due to fear of being dismissed from work, will his ministry consider embarking on a national campaign to inform workers of this country that they cannot be discriminated on the basis of caste, religion, or religious belief, and also to inform those employers who are perpetrating discrimination, that this cannot continue in this democratic country.
I thank the honourable member for this very valuable suggestion. We will consider with the officer of my ministry whether to have this national campaign in NBC TV, through the media and the press.
Yes, you are one.
Honourable, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. May I ask the Minister, given that Section 5 is an offence punishable under Section 123 by criminal punishment, as the Minister well knows, why has an interview not been conducted with UNS Africa under a potential violation of Section 5? The more so that the parent company features on its website at least 5 persons wearing hijab, and therefore it suggests that this is not a global policy, but one which is local. So why has there not been any action under Section 123?
The honourable member will be happy to note that my ministry has already referred the matter to DPP for an advice specifically on whether Section 5 of the Workers' Rights Act has been breached and what action, legal action, can be taken against ENS Africa in Mauritius. We are awaiting the advice of the DPP's office. With regards to ENS Africa, my ministry wrote to them officially to report to them this dispute and to ask whether there was any dress codes imposed by ENS Africa in South Africa, and the answer was no. I personally spoke to the director of ENS South Africa. They're taking this very seriously, and we're still hoping that ENS Mauritius will come to better terms and reinstate these workers.
Have another one? Okay, quick.
Yes. Now, with regards to the course of action that has been taken by the ministry, that is for reinstatement, as it is now doubtful that the relationship, the trust, the bond of trust that existed between employer and employee still exists or will be able to be resuscitated in the future, is the minister agreeable that this is the right time to make an example out of this sort of practice, hence why even if Section 123 has not been utilized in the past, he should ensure that this time an example is made.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. So that's why Cabinet took the decision to refer the matter to the Attorney General for advice as to what action can be taken against the law firm, and also to consider whether we need to make any amendment to our law. I understand you're referring to the provisions of the ERT with regard to reinstatement, where there's a breakdown of relationship. All this is being looked into by the Attorney General's office, and we will come with necessary amendment if it is required to reinforce the right of every citizen of this country to dress in accordance with their religious belief.
Okay. The Honourable Fourth Member for Order.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, B795.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the 11 schemes which have been included in the financial year 2025-2026 have as overall objective to provide structured financial support to artists across the Republic of Mauritius, including Rodrigues, with the aim of promoting artistic creation, professional development, international outreach, and the safeguarding and valorization of our cultural heritage. With regard to Part A of the question, I wish to clarify that there are currently 9 schemes being implemented by my ministry as follows. First, the scheme for concert. Second, the scheme for development of performance arts group. Third, the International Development Grant Scheme for Performing Artists. Fourth, the Scheme for International Award. Fifth, the Scheme for International Competition Participation. Sixth, Other Support to Artists Scheme. 7, the Production Grant Scheme. 8, the Emerging Talent Grant Scheme. And 9, the Research Grant Scheme. Each of these schemes has its own eligibility criteria based on the specific objectives of the schemes. With your permission, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am tabling the detailed criteria for each of the 9 schemes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to highlight that 3 of these 9 schemes, namely the Production Grant Scheme, the Emerging Talent Grant Scheme, and the Research Grant Scheme, were previously being implemented under the Finance and Audit National Arts Fund, Regulation 2017. Following the measure announced in the financial year 2025-2026 to wind up all such funds, provision has been made in the budget of my ministry to honor the contractual obligations under these schemes already entered into the National Arts Fund with applicants. The remaining 2 schemes, namely the Cultural Rebate Scheme and the Heritage Stewardship Scheme, are newly announced schemes in the 2025-2026 budget and are being worked out in consultation with stakeholders. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish also to inform the House that all the above schemes will be reviewed during the forthcoming Assises des Arts de la Culture, which will be organized shortly by my ministry. This national consultation platform will serve to finalize the design and implementation of the 2 new schemes and to assess the 9 ongoing ones, which may be amended where necessary to better align with the needs and expectations of the artists community. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part B of the question, I wish to inform that artists from Rodrigues are fully eligible to apply under all the schemes being implemented by my ministry. It is to be highlighted that for financial year 25-26, only 1 application from Rodrigues has been received as at date under the General Assistance Scheme, other support to artists, and which has been approved by the ministry. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, my ministry remains firmly committed to promoting inclusive and equitable access to opportunities for all artists across the Republic of Mauritius. Thank you.
Yes, one supplementary.
I thank the Minister for his reply. May I ask the Minister if representatives from Rodrigues will participate in the Assises, or will there be consultations in Rodrigues itself? Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, of course, they will be invited to participate in the Assises des Arts de la Culture.
The Honourable Second Member for Savane Black River.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, B796, please.
Minister Tourism.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. With your kind permission, I will reply to both B796 and PQ B805 together, as they are related to the same subject matter. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm informed by the Tourism Authority that kite surfing is a sport activity which is practiced throughout the year when the weather is windy. It is carried out mostly by tourists. I understand that there are currently 20 operators or rental agencies for kite surf registered with the Tourism Authority and who are operating across the island. The first schedule of the Tourism Authority Act 2006 provides for an operator or of a rental agency of a kite surf to hold a tourism enterprise license from the Tourism Authority. There is no provision for individual kite surfers, but both local and tourists, to hold any authorization to practice that activity. For individual kite surfers not going through a rental agency, there is also no obligation legally or otherwise for the coach or monitor to be present on site for the practice of that activity. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am further informed by Tourism Authority that the operation of a rental agency for kite surf is regulated under Government Notice 328 of 2021. These guidelines, which set the criteria, standards and procedures for the safe operation of the activity to be carried out by duly licensed rental agency, provide for licensee to ensure the kite surfers. the kite surfer is knowledgeable in the kite surfing activities, is briefed on the code of practice which form part of the guidelines, and fill and sign a disclaimer form before carrying out kite surfing activity. Moreover, the licensee should ensure inter alia that a register is kept with the details such as the date of activity, the name of the client, national identity card, passport number, age, time, in and out, signature of the client, name of instructor if accompanied, etc. Such information should be readily available at place where the kite surfing activities is carried out for inspection by an authorized officer of the tourism authority. An inspection of all kite surf boards, safety gears, rescue craft and related equipment is carried out to ensure that they are properly maintained and are in safe operating condition. Safety devices are tested prior to carrying out kite surfing activities or renting same to client. A signal system be displayed is going to be put in place, visible to all kite surfers engaged in the activity, at least ensure constant communication with the kite surfers to inform of weather condition, of any changes thereof, of any other dangers, and constant lookout is carried out throughout the duration of the kite surfing activities. I am informed also, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as the code of practice, that the licensee is required to brief any kite surfer on the do or the don't of the activities, the hours of operation, the area where he is allowed to practice, as well as the precaution to be taken. With your permission, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm tabling a copy of the guidelines for the operating rental agency for the kite surf and the code of practice. Mr. Deputy Speaker, legally, there is no designated area at sea where the activity is to be carried out. It can be practiced both in the lagoon or off the lagoon. On-spot monitoring is carried out randomly by tourism enforcement officer to verify if the rental agency are complying with the prescribed guidelines. It is to be highlighted that the security boat and kite surfing equipment of the rental agency are also verified to ensure compliance with the established checklist. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as regard to the health and safety measures, the guidelines provide the following. The prevailing climatic and sea condition to be monitored continually during the activity of the allow for sale. Availability of signal system to inform person carry out kite surfing activity of weather condition and of any changes thereof. Verification of equipment to ensure that they are safe for use. Availability of an emergency plan in case of accident. Wearing of an appropriate flotation device by kite surfers to ensure safety at the sea. The kite surfing instructor to be holder of a valid first aid certificate and life-saving certificate. Availability of adequately...
If the list is long, you can circulate the guidelines as
well. Oh, if you want, of course. Let's. Thank you.
Any supplementary question? Yes?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Will the Minister consider of introducing a rescue team at the same spot as it's written over there, dangerous bathing, and normally people are disallowed to go and swim over there? And if he can consider to put same team at Tamarin where all the people are doing or surfing over there, and especially these people go out when the sea is rough.
Put your question.
Definitely we will be looking into the matter, but then I must say that we met with the operators lately, and we are coming more because we're having more meetings in the following weeks, and from there we will know where to go.
Other one, yeah. Put your question.
If the minister will consider, because the Coast Guard got those vessels, and when those people going out in the kite surfing with their kite, it's going too quick, if he will agree to introduce jet ski, to go very quick, to save if someone is in trouble.
I will consider.
The Honourable Third Member for Grand-Bay-Prud'hoe.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I thank Honourable Member for this question. Indeed, the phenomenon of false information and the proliferation of fake profiles, often accompanied by anonymous postings, is creating significant disruption on social media and our society at large. This concern has been substantiated by the high number of cases reported to the Cybercrime Unit between 2014 and 2024, as also indicated by the Honourable Prime Minister in his reply PQB 715. In fact, our legal framework, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, remains outdated. While the legal framework for many other countries like the UK, the European Union, France, Germany, have actually been updated. Our jurisdiction, our legal framework as of date does not define what really an online harm is. And here we are talking about the online harms. Nevertheless, our laws provide for some parameters that deter unacceptable or unlawful online behavior. And I would like to seize this opportunity also to inform the House and the population at large that the Cyber Security and Cybercrime Act defines a fake profile as an untrue online representation that is probably non-existent. And under the same law, Section 16 criminalizes the use of fake profile to cause harm, yet online harms are not defined, with the penalties running up to 1 million rupees or 20 years of penal servitude. Therefore, Section 23 mandates even administrators of those social media platforms or groups to moderate and control undesirable online contents, which can be deceptive or inaccurate, that has been posted with an intent to defame or threaten or abuse or mislead the public. And this, it's important to note that it applies even to private WhatsApp groups, as far as a telecommunication device is being used in that communication process. And the ICT Act at Section 46 prohibits knowingly sending false or fraudulent messages. And coming to the substantive part of the answer, over and above the measures mentioned by the Honourable Prime Minister in his reply, the measures that we have put up are, so under enhanced reporting and monitoring mechanism run by the XVIII MU, we have upgraded MOCOS to MOCOS Plus. It now allows people or aggrieved parties to provide more information so that the work of the police can get easier, and so that we are also able to undertake a lot of analytic work on that to define the patterns. Secondly, there is the establishment of a multi-stakeholder committee at the level of my ministry, which is attended also by the police IT unit and the cyber crime unit to monitor and follow up on incidents. We are continuing with our sensitization campaigns targeting students, educators, and the general public. So that one had started in January and it is ongoing. And there also are security alerts when the XVIII MU identifies a message that can be of seriously aggravating nature. My ministry has also made a request to the police to operate and conduct effective cyber patrols through automated tools which are AI-powered on a 24/7 basis. And lastly, we are also exploring mutual legal assistance to bring accused who are hiding behind barriers. They are offshore, and from there they're actually disturbing our social construct in the country. So we are exploring MLA to mutual legal assistance. And finally, we have also decided to establish the Cyber Resilience and Cyber Security Unit, which will look into this matter more deeply. As to the second part of the question, the right to freedom of expression is guaranteed under Section 12, subsection 1 of the Constitution. And all actions that we are taking will be within conformity of this provision. But Section 12.2 also provides for reasonable limitations to the freedoms of expression which are necessary to protect public order, security, and rights of others. To conclude, we are looking at robust legal sanctions and ongoing legislative reforms in coordination with the Office of the Attorney General. There's enhanced reporting, investigation, and law enforcement, public awareness and campaigns.
Yes, in the question, you don't have to conclude. You just answer the question.
Yeah, so all these measures.
You have already said all these.
Yeah, Mr. Deputy Speaker, so all these measures aim to safeguard our digital space and its integrity. Thank you.
Thank you. Any supplementary?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, regarding this bone of contention, I would like to know whose responsibility it will be to handle the complaints reported by complainants. I would like to know exactly who is the watchdog when there are problems here.
Can you answer this question?
Thank you, sir. The third MU is an agent that routes complaints to the police. So ultimately, it's the police who has the responsibility to carry out the investigations. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, one supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. For many users, social media is a license to defame. I understand that...
Put your question, please.
Yes, I must put the context because I have been informed that there is a problem of cooperation with the police from the social media platform owners. Will the Minister consider to come up with measures to force these platforms to cooperate with the police when there is investigations? Thank you.
Right. I wouldn't say that there are problems per se. We are putting in all our efforts together with the police to have the social media platform service providers to actually comply to the provisions of our local legislations. And the work that we're doing together with the Office of the Attorney General is going into that direction as well. Thank you.
The Honourable Third Member for Parliamentary Questions.
B798, please.
Housing.
Yes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I shall reply to the parliamentary question B798. I'm informed that the NSLD requested clearance from the Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit to close Malakoff Road for a period of 1 month, as from the 17th of March 2025, for the construction of a culvert. I'm also informed that during implementation, the CWA and the CEB approached the NSLD to use the trench which has been dug for pipelaying and extension of CEB underground network, thus saving on costs. Also, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, works related to the culverts were completed in March 2025. However, works being undertaken by the CWA and the CEB are still ongoing. In regards to Part B, I'm made to understand that there has been a slight delay due to clearances needed by the CWA and the CEB from the Road Development Authority in regard to wayleave across A4 Road. As regards Part C, I'm informed by the NSLD that the works are scheduled to be completed by mid-September 2025, following which the road will be reopened. I'd like to add, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, that all this is in line with the construction of 2 NSLD sites, Arsenal 1 and Arsenal 2. Both of those sites clearly required some major roadwork, such as I've just described. And it is quite unfortunate that all this could have not been done in parallel with the construction, but since there was so much bad planning on the part of the previous government, it is only when we took office that you will note that letters were sent to all authorities seeking clearances for the work to start. And that is why there has been this closure, and that is why there's always also been a delay in the delivery of houses by the NSLD. And unfortunately, that particular area of Mauritius is only but an example, and there are many more.
Yeah. The Honourable Fourth Member for Rodrigues.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. B799.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as the government's trading arm, the State Trading Corporation, STC, is tasked with importing key essential and strategic commodities such as ration rice, wheat flour, petroleum products, liquefied petroleum gas, basmati rice, milk powder, edible oil, and pulses. I am informed that there are currently 240 officers at the STC, of which 13 work in STC Rodrigues. These officers are spread across 55 grades in various technical and administrative cadres. I am further informed that all these officers are given training facilities both in-house and on the job. Over the last 5 years, these officers have received training in over 150 courses. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part A of the question, I am informed that only the officers of the supplies and sales cadre are currently affected by this criterion. The prescribed scheme of service for the different posts in the supplies and sales cadre of a STC requires the officers to have a certificate or a diploma in purchasing and supply management, or procurement and supply management, or logistic management to be eligible for promotion. I am further informed that in 2004, the STC sought the assistance of Polytechnics Mauritius for the mounting of a specific course for the officers in the supplies and sales cadre. This will entitle them to receive either a certificate or a diploma. Since October 2024, 21 supplies and sales officers of the STC in Mauritius had enrolled in the certificate course on sustainable logistics and supply chain operations. However, 4 of them have since dropped out. Additionally, 3 other supplies and sales officers have enrolled in the diploma course on sustainable logistics and supply chains operations. I am informed that both training courses are fully sponsored by the STC. Once these officers have successfully completed their courses, they will be eligible for promotion in the supply and sales cadre. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part B of the question, I am informed that there are 6 officers of the procurement and sales cadre in the STC Rodrigues who are required to be trained. I am further informed that Polytechnics Mauritius has agreed to mount the training for these officers in a specific delivery format, which will include fly-in, fly-out model for the faculty, along with selected face-to-face sessions facilitated by the team in Rodrigues. It is expected that the courses will start by the end of August this year.
Okay, thank you. The Honourable Third Member for Bobassa, Chitrivia.
B800, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the answer is in the positive. Due consideration.
Honourable Minister, you are acting this
I'm
local
acting.
government. You have to, for the record.
The answer is in the positive. Due consideration is being given for the rehabilitation of the football ground found in Mont-Selma La Confiance Beaubassin. The following works will have to be carried out for the reinstatement and returfing of the Mont-Selma La Confiance football ground. Number 1, supply and spread of topsoil, including the leveling and preparation of the ground. Number 2, supply of grass, including planting, watering, and maintenance. And number 3, fixing of goal posts, removal of hoarding, and reinstatement of part of the surrounding area.
Yes.
Président, je sais que l'honorable ministre n'est pas le ministre responsable de ce dossier, mais peut-il quand même indiquer à la Chambre, est-ce qu'il a une date à laquelle ce terrain sera réhabilité et surtout mis à la disposition des jeunes de cette région?
a site visit was conducted by the officers of the ministry together with the Municipal Council of Rosehill, and work is going to start very soon.
Yes. The table is advised that B081 has been withdrawn. So we go to B802. The Honourable Second Member for Mayberg.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. B802.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm informed by the Mauritius Sports Council that the Mount Albert swimming pool is closed since June 2024 to allow for major repair works, specifically the servicing of the boiler and replacement of an electric control panel. These works are now being completed. Pre-commissioning of the electrical control panel has been completed. The MSC is currently awaiting the replenishment of the pool to carry out the final commissioning of the boiler and the electric control panel, which is expected to be completed in the coming days. Thereafter, an engineer and a safety health officer will assess the safety and stability for use. In the event the report is in the affirmative, it is expected that the swimming pool will be ready for reopening by end of August 2025.
Yes. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House since when the swimming pool was not operational?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as I stated in my reply, the Mount Albert swimming pool is not operational since June 2024. The House may wish to know that after I assumed office in last November, I took cognizance of the numerous representations made on the deplorable condition of the pool. I effected a site visit accompanied by honourable members of that constituency, where indeed I witnessed its unacceptable state, including the green water of the pool. Not only was the pool impracticable, it was also a potential health hazard, being a breeding ground for mosquitoes and bacteria. Immediately, I impressed upon the Mauritius Sport Council, which managed the facility, to initiate urgent action for the prompt remedy of the situation. Consequently, procurement exercises were initiated, and the issues that were hindering the operation of the pool are now being addressed. Thus, the facility is now expected to be operational soon. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, my ministry will further upgrade the facility through additional civil works such as replacement of tiles, flash door, bird deterrent system. The scope of work is being worked out.
The Honourable Second Member for Rodrigues.
Yes, thank you. B803.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Foundation Programme in Literacy, Numeracy and Skills was introduced in January 2025 in grades 7, 8 and 9 to replace the former extended programme, which was not adapted to the needs of those students who didn't pass their PESAC examination. From 2022 to 2024, around 7,419 students who had enrolled in the extended programme exited the education system with neither a PESAC nor an NCE certificate. Allow me to provide the House with a few figures related to the performance of our students in Rodrigues. In 2022, only 3 out of 167. In 2023, only 21 out of 204. And in 2024, only 7 out of 209 extended stream students who had enrolled for the NCE exam passed it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, thus, out of the 580 students who took the NCE exam in Rodrigues, only 31 were successful. This new foundation program is offered to those students who have not attained their PESAC at the National Qualification Framework NQF Level 1. It offers a blend of academic knowledge and vocational skills that will ensure the progression of students to the Technical and Vocational Education and Training TVET system stream. Henceforth, all students completing the foundation program in literacy, numeracy, and skills in 2025 will be awarded a foundation certificate which will be pitched at the NQF level 2. This certificate will enable the students to enroll in a specialized national certificate level 3 courses at the MITD training centers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to part A of the question, I'm informed that 2 workshops were conducted this year for this training of around 169 educators in Rodrigues during the month of January and May 2025, respectively. In addition, meetings and discussions were also held with around 30 rectors, deputy rectors, senior educators for the foundation program in literacy, numeracy, and skills development. Work sessions were also held with the departmental head, Commission of Education, and other stakeholders in Rodrigues. A 3rd workshop focusing on elective subjects is scheduled for the 3rd week of August 2025 and will be conducted by the lecturers from the MIE. With regard to part B, I'm informed that both the MIE and the Mahatma Gandhi Institute have developed full sets of curriculum content for all subjects, including electives. The curriculum has been divided into 3 clusters, namely functional literacy and numeracy, life skills and values, and trade and livelihood skills. These materials are available on the MIE website, and educators in Rodrigues have already been trained on how to access and use them effectively. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, my ministry has also released funds through the Private Secondary Education Authority, PSEA, with each school in Rodrigues receiving a sum of 15,000 rupees to print and distribute materials to students. A second disbursement will be made in August 2025. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as part C, I am informed that as of now, there are approximately 141 students in grade 9 and 163 students in grade 9+ in Rodrigues. These students are expected to begin their training at MITD centers as from 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the Honourable 4th Member for Portrush. Is that here? Honourable First Member. Sorry? Oh, it is transferred to PM. It's okay, sorry. The Honourable First Member for Savannah and Dakar. Already replied by the Minister of Tourism. The Honourable First Member for Rodrigues, Ms. Colette.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Vice-président. B8 106, s'il vous plaît.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Inter-College Sport Competition 2025 was a joint collaboration between my ministry and the Ministry of Education and Human Resources. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regard to part A of the question, some 2 million rupees was spent. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regard to part B of the question, prior to the holding of the final of Inter-College Sport Competition 2025, several coordination meetings were held comprising officers of my ministry, educators, rectors from school that had qualified for the final, as well as officers from the Mauritius Air Police Force and the Mauritius Fire Services, where matters such as discipline, respect for the rules of the competition, and good behavior were raised and discussed. During the final, police officers from several divisions, along with the Mauritius Fire and Rescue officers, security officers of the Mauritius Multi-Sport Infrastructure Limited, and educators and accompanying staff ensured a secure and disciplined environment for athletes and supporters at all competition sites. Venues was physically accessible to people with disabilities, and the organizing team ensured that no athlete or supporters was discriminated against based on his or her social background, schooling, gender, physical appearance, and otherwise. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regard to part C of the question, the House will appreciate the fact that this is the first edition of the inter-college competition that this government has organized in its endeavor to revive this competition. As such, this first edition did not feature any special event for students with disabilities. That being said, both my ministry and the Ministry of Education and Human Resources are considering a special event for sport discipline in future edition for the inter-college sport competition. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to part D of the question, I can inform the House that the inter-college sport competition will be an annual event.
Yes, you have a supplementary.
Alors, Monsieur le Vice-président, l'honorable ministre peut-il fournir des précisions quant aux dépenses totales engagées pour l'organisation des finales nationales de la Intercollegiate Sports Competition, lesquelles ont permis à plusieurs jeunes athlètes prometteurs originaires de Rodrigues de se démarquer?
The Ministry of Youth and Sport spent 1.4 million and Ministry of Education 650,000.
Honourable third member for Bobassa, Petite Rivière.
B807.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, on the 13 July 2025, my ministry received an email from the Mauritius Judo Federation informing my ministry that it had held a special General Assembly on 11 July 2025 at its registered seat at De Dieu at Grand Rivière Northwest. With respect to part A of the question, I'm tabling the composition of the newly elected managing committee as submitted by the said federation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with respect to part B of the question, I'm informed by the Mauritius Judo Federation that 13 clubs took part in this election. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I also wish to inform the House that in accordance with Section 3A and 3B of the second schedule of the Sport Act 2016, there exists a specific statutory provision which sport federations are required to comply with when convening a General Assembly. In light of this recent notice of meeting circulated by the Mauritius Judo Federation, my ministry has found it prudent to seek the advice of the Attorney General Office to ascertain whether all the prescribed notification period and procedural requirements have been duly observed. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that I have personally committed myself to seeking a fair and acceptable resolution to the ongoing issue affecting the Mauritius Judo Federation. To this end, I have convened and chaired more than 3 mediation meetings in an effort to bring the parties together. It is, in my view, wholly unacceptable that approximately 18 judo clubs continue to be denied official recognition by the Federation governing body. This situation is detrimental not only for the development of the sport, but also to the athlete and stakeholders involved. I would like to inform honourable members that the matter is currently before the Sport Arbitration Tribunal with a hearing scheduled for Thursday, 31st July 2025. I remain confident that the issue will be resolved in the coming days.
Monsieur le Vice-président, est-ce que l'honorable ministre est-il en train de confirmer que son ministère n'a pas été informé au préalable de la tenue de cette Assemblée générale élective de la Fédération de judo,
No, we were not because there is no reason for any federation to tell us when they are going to hold their meeting, their election. So we learn it by afterwards.
Je pense que c'est la moindre des choses, mais si le ministre trouve que c'est normal, je n'en dirai pas plus. Donc, dans l'éventualité, Monsieur le Vice-président, où le tribunal d'arbitral du sport donne gain de cause dans un proche avenir aux 18 clubs de judo que la fédération refuse. Non, mais on peut quand même... Non, mais écoutez la fin de ma question, vous allez comprendre pourquoi je la pose. Le ministre peut-il envisager de demander l'annulation des résultats
You are asking the
tenus
minister this is a speculative question. You have to await the outcome of the tribunal, then the minister will decide what to do. Let's wait. You ask the question after the outcome of the tribunal.
The question is hypothetical.
Yes.
When we come to the bush, of course.
The Honourable Second Member for Rodrigues.
Yes, thank you. B808.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regard to part A of the question, I would like to inform the House that the purpose of my mission to Rodrigues was to renew the Memorandum of Understanding between the RDA and the Commission for Public Infrastructure, Transport and Housing of the Rodrigues Regional Assembly, which expired in 2024. Furthermore, the mission team was tasked to carry out a monitoring and evaluation exercise for projects that were being implemented by the National Development Unit as well as Land Drainage Authority at various locations in Rodrigues. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I also had the privilege to attend a high-level presentation of the Inception report on the Land Drainage Master Plan on Wednesday, 31st July 2025, in the presence of the Deputy Chief Commissioner of Rodrigues, representatives from the Ministry of National Infrastructure, Land Drainage Authority, Road Development Authority, Commission for Public Infrastructure, Commission for Agriculture, Rodrigues Public Utilities Commission, Rodrigues Regional Assembly, and the consultant Société d'études techniques et économiques, SETEC, amongst others. The delegation conducted field visits to several key sites across Rodrigues, namely Baie Malgache, Camp du Roi, Pont-la-Digue, Anse-aux-Anglais, Rivière-Anse-Raffin, and Cascade Victoire 1 et 2, where the consultant SETEC has installed hydrometric instruments to monitor real-time water flow and rainfall patterns as part of the broader flood risk assessment strategy. The team also carried out various site visits for drain works at XVIII, Anse-aux-Anglais, and Acacia, raising of forts at Baie Topaz, Pistache, Mouroucois 1 et 2, Diamant 1 et 2, and at Grand Bay. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as regards to part B of the question, I wish to inform the House that the contract for the formulation of the Land Drainage Master Plan for Rodrigues has been awarded to SETEC, a French consultancy firm. The overall objective of the LDMP is to build climate resilience and reduce Rodrigues' vulnerability to flooding, taking into consideration the island's specificity. The project was launched on 13 March 2025, and the Inception report was submitted in July 2025. The launching of 3 projects, namely drain works at XVIII, dans Daris, raising of ford at Baie Topaz, and raising of ford at Pistache, was held at Pistache by myself in the presence of the Chief Commissioner and Deputy Chief Commissioner, in presence of local inhabitants and representatives from various institutions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have to inform the House that the following projects will be implemented by the National Development Unit, subject to availability of funds. Pont Mathurin phase 3, drain works at Anse-aux-Anglais, raising of fords at Diamant 1 et 2, raising of ford at Grand Bay, raising of fords at Mourouk 1 et 2, raising of ford at Baie du Nord, raising of ford at Rivière Coco, drain works at Acacia. With your permission, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm tabling the full details of the above projects.
Yes. The Honourable First Member for La Cavienne-Phoenix.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. B809, please.
Monsieur le Vice-président, je voudrais tout d'abord informer la Chambre qu'une nouvelle feuille de route pour l'énergie renouvelable est actuellement en cours de révision. L'objectif fixé par l'ancien régime était d'atteindre 60% d'énergie renouvelable dans notre mix énergétique d'ici 2030, parallèlement à la suppression progressive du charbon. Nous sommes actuellement, malheureusement, à moins de 18% d'énergie renouvelable. Et cet objectif n'est donc ni réaliste ni réalisable. Mon ministère, Monsieur le Vice-président, a obtenu l'assistance de l'Agence internationale pour les énergies renouvelables, IRENA, pour la révision de cette feuille de route pour l'énergie renouvelable, qui sera également aligné sur le nouveau plan stratégique pour l'énergie renouvelable en cours de finalisation par la Marina. Concernant la partie A de la question, je suis informé qu'une assistance technique a été obtenue en 2023 auprès de l'Université technique danoise pour la réalisation d'une étude de pré-faisabilité sur l'énergie éolienne offshore à Maurice, dans le cadre du Fonds conjoint pour les ODD, Objectifs de développement durable. Le rapport soumis en décembre 2023 proposait le développement d'un parc éolien offshore fixé à 100 MW au nord de l'île Maurice, entre l'île Plate et l'île Coin-de-Mire. J'ai également été informé qu'en juin 2024, l'année dernière, l'Université technique danoise a élaboré un avant-projet pour le développement d'un parc éolien offshore de 100 MW. Cet avant-projet prévoit les spécifications techniques générales relatives aux fondations, aux éoliennes, à l'aménagement d'un parc, au chemin des câbles et au raccordement du réseau. La prochaine étape consiste à réaliser une étude de faisabilité détaillée sur une évaluation préliminaire de l'impact environnemental et social. Mon ministère est actuellement en train d'obtenir le financement nécessaire. Concernant la partie B de la question, j'ai été informé, Monsieur le Vice-président, que Marina a lancé en 2021 une manifestation d'intérêt pour des services de conseil nécessaires à une étude de faisabilité sur les technologies d'énergie renouvelable océanique en République de Maurice. Malheureusement, le projet n'a pas eu de suite. J'ai également été informé que Marina, dans le cadre de son programme national pour les concepts de projets émergents basés sur les technologies de l'énergie renouvelable, a retenu une candidature d'un projet de conversion de l'énergie thermique des mers, ETM. Ce projet bénéficie du soutien du gouvernement japonais pour le développement d'une installation ETM terrestre à 1 MW destinée à fournir l'énergie renouvelable et une production d'énergie de base. Omis ce qui précède, Monsieur le Vice-président, j'ai été informé qu'aucune autre étude n'a été réalisée sur les énergies renouvelables maritimes. Monsieur le Vice-président, le nouveau plan stratégique et la feuille de route des énergies renouvelables fourniront une indication des technologies à adopter, du calendrier en fonction de leur maturité et leur faisabilité économique et technique.
Yes. The Honourable Second Member for Savannah and Black River.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, please, B811.
I thank the Honourable Member for putting the question. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I seek your indulgence. I will circulate the reply at this point.
Thank you. Supplementary question. The Honourable Third Member for Parliamentary Questions.
Speaker, the Commission as Acting Minister of Local Government, I shall reply to this question. The answer is in an affirmative. As regard to the lighting system, I am informed that this issue is being addressed. The expected starting date of replacement of floodlights is 4th August 2025. The project is expected to be completed within 2 months of the award of the contract.
Yes. The Honourable First Member for Savannah Black River.
B813, please. Thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regard to part A of the question, I'm informed by the beach authorities that the toilet block was constructed in 2008 and is fully operational. The building is structurally sound and is maintained by the cleaning contractor, Keep Clean Limited. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as regards the provision of electricity, I'm informed that the CEB has initiated a project for the installation of a new underground electricity network from the entrance of Le Monde Heritage Site up to Le Monde Brabant Public Beach, and works are expected to be completed in the near future. Concerning water supply to the toilet block, I'm informed by the beach authority that a new CWA meter has been installed on the 16th of July 2025, and water supply is now available in the toilet block. In case of shortage of water supply, the cleaning contractor, together with the CWA, provides water tankers regularly and to ensure that the toilet block is functional and kept in a clean and hygienic state for the benefit of all beach users.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, concerning part B1 of the question, I'm informed by the Beach Authority that there are actually no showers. Consideration is being given for the provision of same in the very near future. Regarding part B2 of the question, the Beach Authority is working on a project with regard to same. With regard to B3 of the question, the matter is being discussed with the cleaning contractor for the provision of a decent facility to the toilet cleaner.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister consider to provide a small space or a room for the Ministry of Tourism, as this is the place where the kite surfers are growing in numbers, and we can have a small rescue team over there?
Deputy Speaker, we're planning a site visit very soon with all the ministers of tourism, the local authority, to look into all the development of the site.
Yes, now we go to question B779 to be replied by the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Honourable Etoria, put your question B779. It was addressed to the Prime Minister, but it will be answered by the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. At the outset, I wish to inform the House that the Government of Mauritius fully supports the initiative taken by the African Union to launch an African credit rating agency. In fact, the 28th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the African Union, held in January 2017 in Addis Ababa, adopted a decision directing the African Peer Review Mechanism, which is a specialized governance entity of the African Union, to provide support to African Union member states in the field of rating agencies. Consequently, the 6th Ordinary Session of the African Union Specialized Technical Committee on Finance, Monetary Affairs, Economic Planning and Integration, ministerial meeting held in July 2023 in Nairobi, Kenya, adopted a declaration endorsing the establishment of a private sector-driven Africa Credit Rating Agency based on self-funding. The establishment of the Africa Credit Rating Agency represents a pivotal initiative aimed at enhancing financial transparency, credibility, and investment attractiveness across the African continent. Realizing the critical role of reliable credit ratings in fostering economic growth and stability, the Africa Credit Rating Agency seeks to provide independent assessments of creditworthiness tailored for African markets. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, on the 9th of June 2025, the Mauritius Embassy in Addis Ababa transmitted a note verbal from the APRM Continental Secretariat, inter alia inviting interested African Union member states to submit an expression of interest by the deadline of the 30th of June 2025 on country competitiveness as the primary jurisdiction for the registration of the Africa Credit Rating Agency. The Continental Secretariat of the APRM also encouraged African Union member states to inform credit rating agencies operating in their respective countries to formally express their interest for a joint investment for an Africa credit rating agency through a potential merger, acquisition, or technical partnership. On the basis of high-level consultations that I held with the Ministry of Finance and the Economic Development Board, and pursuant to the call issued by the APRM, the Ministry of Financial Services and Economic Planning submitted on behalf of the Government of Mauritius on the 30th of June 2025 an expression of interest to host and register the Africa Credit Rating Agency as the primary jurisdiction in Mauritius. The expression of interest has been submitted to the Mauritius Commercial Bank Capital Markets, a subsidiary of the Mauritius Commercial Bank, that has been appointed by the APRM as an independent transaction advisor to facilitate the establishment of the Africa Credit Rating Agency as an independent, credible, and private sector-driven entity. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the submission of expression interest by Mauritius to host the Africa Credit Rating Agency is testimony of government's full commitment to enhance the visibility of the Mauritius International Financial Center on the African continent. To conclude, in line with our shared commitment to the ideals, principles, and aspirations of the African Union, Mauritius thus fully supports the establishment of the Africa Credit Rating Agency. Thank you.
Okay. So this was the last question. Time is over. Madam Speaker will resume the seat.
Please be seated. Motion. Yes, Prime Minister.
I'd like to move that all the business entities of the people be exempted from provisions of paragraph 2 standing order 10.
Thank you. The question is that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Statements by ministers none. Public bills, first reading.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Civil Appeal Bill number 21 of 2025 be read a first time.
Yes, motion is seconded. Who's seconding the motion? Yes. DPM, yes, thank you.
Public bill, second reading.
Yes. Okay. Yes, I know, but I thought you were going to call the three bills. Leader of the Opposition, you have the three bills, and now you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Le 5 juin dernier, c'est-à-dire 50 jours de cela, le gouvernement de l'Alliance du changement avait présenté son tout premier budget, et force est de constater que ceux qui ont fait confiance aux grands défenseurs de la liberté ont vite déchanté après l'annonce des mesures. Ces amendements proposés dans ce Finance Bill vont accélérer l'appauvrissement de la population qui a déjà commencé depuis quelques mois. En cette période hivernale, Madame la Présidente, ce gouvernement a jeté un froid parmi la population avec ce premier budget qui laisse un goût amer et qui est mal digéré par le peuple. Et je qualifierai ce Finance Bill comme du pain rassis et une tasse de thé sans sucre et sans lait, Madame la Présidente. En passant, le sachet de lait se vend aujourd'hui à 300 roupies. Le ministre du Commerce devrait revoir le markup sur ce produit. Certains importateurs se tapent des millions sur le dos du peuple. Même la paire de dol pourris se vend à 25 roupies à certains endroits. Madame la Présidente, je vais maintenant aborder en détail les diverses lois clés qui ont été amendées dans ce Finance Bill, comme la Companies Act, la Finance and Audit Act et l'Income Tax Act. Ce Finance Bill vient nous démontrer encore une fois qu'il y a un manque de coordination entre ce gouvernement et le service public. Et je vais citer quelques exemples. La mauvaise gestion du dossier du Basic Retirement Pension, le méli-mélo du Fair Share Contribution, et ce gouvernement a présenté des mesures sans prendre en considération leur impact sur la population et sur l'économie de notre pays. On a annoncé l'abolition de la Basic Retirement Pension pour ceux entre 60 et 65 ans sans aucune consultation et étude au préalable, et après on vient mettre en place des comités ministériels qui ont ensuite essayé d'atténuer les effets de cette mesure très impopulaire. La semaine dernière, pas plus tard que la semaine dernière, deux organisations syndicales étrangères, la branche africaine de l'International Trade Union Confederation et l'Industrial Global Union, ont dénoncé avec force le fait que ce gouvernement a transgressé la Convention 144 du Bureau international du travail dont Maurice est signataire. Cette convention, Madame la Présidente, concerne l'obligation de l'État à avoir des consultations tripartites. Il dénonce aussi cette décision unilatérale qui va directement impacter la vie des travailleurs, mais non seulement la vie des travailleurs, mais aussi des pensionnaires de notre pays. Et il demande tous au gouvernement de respecter cette convention et de faire marche arrière sur le Basic Retirement Pension et d'engager au plus vite possible des consultations sur le sujet. Quelle honte pour ceux qui se disent proches des travailleurs et quelle honte pour ce gouvernement qui est composé des partis qui se disent être socialistes. Madame la Présidente, la question qu'il faut se poser cet après-midi est la suivante. Est-ce un gouvernement qui travaille pour ou contre le peuple? Même si le Finance Bill comporte certaines propositions positives, les fondamentaux de ce projet de loi et du budget n'ont pas changé et les vulnérables seront les plus touchés. Madam Speaker, I refer to Section 39 of the Finance Bill, which deals with the National Pension Act. Après les débats du premier Finance Bill de ce gouvernement, les membres de l'autre côté de la Chambre vont voter en toute conscience l'abolition de la pension de vieillesse pour ceux âgés entre 60 à 65 ans. Permettez-moi, Madame la Présidente, de faire référence à un extrait de la réponse de la PMQ que j'avais posée au ministre de la Sécurité sociale le 8 juillet dernier. Sa réponse démontre clairement l'agenda antisocialiste de ce gouvernement et aussi des conseillers au sein de ce gouvernement. Parce qu'il avait dit, et je vais citer, "Three proposals for income support were put forth to the Interministerial Committee. The first one was 5,000 rupees, the second one 7,000 rupees, and the third one was 10,000 rupees as income support. And the financial advisors, I must stress, had recommended the amount of 7,500. However," and he continued, "however, government, having heard the people, having heard the difficulties surfaced through the recent weeks, has decided to provide the sum of 10,000 rupees as income support." Donc, à en croire certains membres de ce comité interministériel, une personne de 60 ans peut vivre avec 5 000 roupies of income support. Et selon ses conseillers, qui aujourd'hui, il faut le dire, qui ne touchent plus que 100 000 roupies, une personne âgée de 60 ans peut vivre avec 7 500 roupies. Madame la Présidente, avec l'augmentation du coût de la vie qui est de plus en plus inquiétante, l'inflation dans les années à venir, les 10 000 roupies ne suffiront pas et vous êtes en train de forcer les gens, même malades, à travailler après leurs 60 ans pour pouvoir survivre. Let me now come to Section 53, which is related to the Social Contribution and the Social Benefits Act. Lors de son intervention, le Premier ministre, vendredi dernier, avait affirmé ceci, et je cite, "The previous government had planned to end abruptly the different CSG allowances, namely the CSG income allowance, the child allowance, the school allowance, the maternity care allowance, and the pregnancy care allowance. As a compassionate government, we are ensuring that the CSG allowances are renewed and gradually phased out over the next 2 years. La Présidente, c'est l'ancien gouvernement qui avait mis en place ces allocations. Et il n'y avait aucun plan d'enlever ces allocations. Now, if you are really a compassionate government, then why are you phasing out the CSG? Quelle contradiction! La CSG, Madame la Présidente, avait sa raison d'être. C'était un système plus juste qui a permis au gouvernement de générer des milliards. Et avec ces milliards, nous avons non seulement augmenté la pension, mais également introduit des allocations. Par exemple, qui ont permis à un citoyen mauricien qui touchait, allons remonter jusqu'à 2014, 1500 roupies par mois, de toucher graduellement 20 000 roupies comme revenu aujourd'hui. Et par exemple, le Child Allowance était une mesure réfléchie et sociale et dans un esprit d'alléger le budget d'un couple ayant un projet de fonder une famille, tout comme d'autres allocations qui étaient bénéfiques à la population. Dans ce budget, malheureusement, un certain nombre de ces allocations seront soit réduites ou éventuellement éliminées. Et vous allez encore nous sortir cette fameuse phrase, la caisse vide. Mais aujourd'hui, Madame la Présidente, pas un seul Mauricien ne croit à votre argument que les caisses sont vides, sauf vous au sein de ce gouvernement. Aujourd'hui, une très grande majorité de la population croit fermement que ce gouvernement protège les intérêts de ceux qui possèdent au détriment de la classe moyenne. Cette politique va malheureusement créer l'écart entre les riches et les pauvres. Quand nous savons, Madame la Présidente, tous les efforts qui ont été faits pour diminuer cet écart par l'ancien gouvernement. Et je fais référence, pour soutenir cet argument, au rapport publié par Statistics Mauritius en février 2025, sous le titre « Poverty Analysis 2023 ». Ce même bureau des statistiques qui a été très critiqué par l'actuel gouvernement. Ce rapport confirme, et ça c'est vérifiable, que pendant ces 10 dernières années, nous avons grandement progressé dans la lutte contre la pauvreté dans le pays, et cela grâce aux allocations et à l'État-providence. Ce gouvernement sera responsable de l'appauvrissement de la population. Madame la Présidente, la valeur de la roupie dégringole, les prix des produits flambent, la pension et les allocations sociales disparaissent aujourd'hui. Les PME sont taxées, les intérêts sur les prêts augmentent et nous sommes qu'au début du mandat de ce gouvernement. Pendant ce temps, on nous demande encore et encore de serrer la ceinture. Mais jusqu'où devons-nous serrer la ceinture? Madame la Présidente, les promesses faites dans le manifeste électoral des partis The more they shout, the more I speak louder. Les promesses faites dans le manifeste électoral des partis du gouvernement pour rétablir le pouvoir d'achat ne sont que des illusions. Vous avez tourné le dos au peuple et vous n'êtes plus un gouvernement crédible. Je vais maintenant commenter la clause 4 du Finance Bill, la Banking Act ainsi que la Bills of Exchange Act sont en train d'être amendés pour, je pense, améliorer le marché d'échange. Ce gouvernement avait critiqué la politique de l'ancien régime à ce sujet. Depuis leur prise de pouvoir, il y a eu 5 interventions de la Banque de Maurice sur le marché d'échange pour un total de 70 millions de dollars. Et le résultat, le dollar ne cesse de grimper et l'euro est aujourd'hui à 53 roupies, Madame la Présidente. Chiffre record sous ce gouvernement. Et l'impact sur l'importation sera terrible et l'effet cascade sur les prix de nos supermarchés se font déjà sentir. Concernant le secteur de la construction, la situation actuelle est très difficile. Difficile pour un secteur qui est passé pendant 10 ans, par 2 lockdowns et qu'ils ont survécu, mais c'est un secteur aussi qui a eu une croissance de l'ordre de 28%, Madame la Présidente. Aujourd'hui, ce secteur est aux abois de par les mesures annoncées dans le budget et ne tardera pas à licencier des employés. À la clause 7.3 du Finance Bill qui concerne le grading of contractors, le gouvernement décide de revenir à l'ancien système de grading des compagnies de construction. Ce système avait été revu et les contracteurs classés en 3 catégories. Cela afin de permettre les petits contracteurs d'avoir accès à des gros projets. Aujourd'hui, à cause de leur chiffre d'affaires et avec cet amendement, ces compagnies seront condamnées, si je peux utiliser ce terme, à tâle la main à des gros contracteurs. Avec ce budget, ces mêmes gros opérateurs sont dans l'inquiétude vu l'absence d'investissement dans des gros chantiers pour les prochaines années à venir. La grande réforme de l'amélioration du trafic routier prévoyait plus d'accessibilité grâce à un réseau routier moderne et un système moderne de transport en commun. Qu'est-ce que le Finance Bill vient nous proposer pour diminuer le trafic routier? Pas d'extension du métro, 2 projets de route qui seront mis en chantier dans 3 ans et pour faire simple, rendre les voitures inaccessibles aux Mauriciens en augmentant la taxe sur les voitures. Je viens maintenant à notre secteur touristique et la question c'est est-ce que ce gouvernement a une vision pour ce secteur? Ce qu'on veut savoir de ce gouvernement, c'est quelle est la stratégie pour nous rendre plus compétitifs vis-à-vis des pays comme les Seychelles et les Maldives. L'introduction du tourist fee à la clause 58 du Finance Bill va obliger les directeurs des tourist accommodations respectives à verser un tourist fee par nuitée pour chaque touriste ayant séjourné chez lui en euros, s'il vous plaît, chaque mois à la MRE. Pour les gros opérateurs, ce ne sera sans doute pas un souci, parce qu'ils ont les moyens. Mais qu'en est-il aux petits opérateurs? Pourquoi ne pas prélever ces sommes directement à leur arrivée? Le système de paiement préconisé dans le Finance Bill va définitivement promouvoir des magouilles. Certains opérateurs touristiques vont collecter le tourist fee et vont peut-être déclarer moins. Et dans la pratique, ce sera difficile pour la MRA de vérifier les comptes. And to add insult to injury, Madame la Présidente, comme si cela n'était pas suffisant d'augmenter les prix des billets d'avion entre Maurice et Rodrigues, cette fois comme mesure de redressement et de changement, que propose le Finance Bill à la clause 12? On va amender la Customs Tariff Act pour que tous ceux qui voyagent entre Maurice et Rodrigues paient la VAT sur les produits achetés dans les magasins duty free. Et maintenant, j'en viens au Fair Share Contribution. Dans le discours du budget, le Premier ministre avait annoncé une taxe de 10% pour ceux qui touchent entre 12 et 24 millions de roupies par an et 20% pour ceux qui touchent plus que 24 millions de roupies par an. Et comme par magie, cette partie du discours du budget avait disparu quelques heures plus tard. Et aujourd'hui, c'est une fair share contribution unilatérale de 15% pour ceux qui touchent plus que 12 millions de roupies annuellement, soit une hausse de 5% pour une catégorie et une baisse de 5% pour une autre catégorie. Pourquoi ce changement? Qu'est-ce qui, ou plutôt, qui a influencé cette décision? Je laisse la population en juger par elle-même. Madam Speaker, previously this tax was known under a different name, that is the Solidarity Income Tax, and was repealed in January 2012, and the tax rate applicable was 10%. The fair share contribution will include dividends received from a resident company and or a cooperative society, while dividends as per item 1 sub part B of the second schedule of the Income Tax Act is exempt, and I expect the Prime Minister to clarify this inconsistency when he intervenes later. There is also, Madam Speaker, a possibility of double taxation as dividend is derived from profit of a company which is subject to a tax at 15%. Under the fair share contribution, the same dividend is being taxed now in the hands of the shareholder. Now, with regard to companies, the introduction of fair share contribution for companies having chargeable income of more than 20 million rupees, 5% applies to domestic companies and 2% to export companies, and the fair share contribution is to be paid in VAT returns on a quarterly basis. It will be an additional burden. It would have been much simpler to handle the fair share contribution for those companies under the advance payment system of the income tax rather than declaring it in the VAT returns, Madam Speaker. With regard to Part 12D, dealing with financial assistance, I believe that this fiscal policy may have negative social implications or disproportionately affect certain group of people, and I consider this measure also as an anti-social measure. I now refer to section 150G, which deals with the housing loan relief scheme. The decrease in the housing loan scheme could significantly impact low to medium income families who very often rely on such programs for home ownership. This change will no doubt exacerbate housing affordability issues and make it more challenging for these groups to secure financing and achieve stable housing, Madam Speaker. When one takes a closer look at the new tax rate, and this is important. For example, individuals earning over 1 million rupees will now automatically be placed in the 20% tax bracket. Under the previous tax structure, the 20% rate applied only to those with income not exceeding 2,390,000 rupees. This measure, and mark my words, will again affect the middle class, rendering them more vulnerable and contributing to their financial decline, Madam Speaker. Let me now come to section 61 concerning value-added tax. Madam Speaker, businesses with a turnover of taxable supplies amounting to 3 million rupees are now required to apply for compulsory VAT registration, whereas the previous threshold was 6 million rupees. I have said it, and I say it again, this measure will negatively impact on businesses, and in the majority of cases, that burden will be passed over to consumers. Pendant que la colère gronde et qu'il n'est plus qu'apparent pour qui roule ce gouvernement, on va amender la Consumer Protection Act. Pourquoi faire? Pour permettre de veiller sur les achats en ligne. C'est un pas en avant de légiférer les online transactions sur les réseaux sociaux. Mais je pense qu'il faudrait rendre obligatoire l'enregistrement de tous les opérateurs ou individus qui font de la vente en ligne. Et j'attire l'attention de la Chambre que, par exemple, concernant la vente en ligne des suppléments médicaux ou alimentaires, aujourd'hui, il n'y a aucun contrôle. Now, Speaker, let me now come to section 50P concerning qualified domestic minimum top-up tax, that is the QDMT tax. A qualified domestic minimum top-up tax is being imposed on a resident parent or subsidiary of a large multinational enterprise to raise their effective tax rate to 15%. The OECD has developed the Global Anti-Base Erosion, that is GLOBE rules, to ensure that multinational enterprises, that is MNEs, having annual consolidated revenue of 750 million euro or more are taxed on their global income at a minimum rate of 15%. If a resident subsidiary of such an MNE is being taxed at an effective rate of less than 15% in a jurisdiction, the application of the GLOBE rules will imply that another tax jurisdiction, usually the jurisdiction where the multinational he is headquartered will collect the difference in tax. The QDMT is going to adversely impact on the attractiveness and competitiveness of the Mauritius International Financial Center. It will also create frustrations among international financial centers, while at the same time distort, I believe, diplomatic ties and bilateral relationships between Mauritius and countries in Europe, where most of those multinationals enterprises come from. The QDMT as a disincentive will hinder the relocation of MNE's headquartering and various other offshore structures in Mauritius, and there is significant risk of many existing offshore corporate structures exiting Mauritius towards a more attractive international financial center, such as, for example, Dubai or Singapore. Madame la Présidente, permettez-moi de terminer sur cette note. Le Finance Bill sera malheureusement voté et les mesures budgétaires seront mises en place. Je ne vais pas retourner sur les effets de ces mesures sur la population dans son ensemble. S'il y a une chose, et je pèse mes mots quand je dis, que la population doit prendre en considération, c'est que ce projet confirme le démantèlement de l'État-providence dans notre pays. Madame la Présidente, un vote en faveur de ce texte de loi va graver les noms de ceux qui ont voté pour, comme ceux qui ont arraché la pension des mains d'honnêtes travailleurs, et qui va plonger la classe moyenne et les plus vulnérables dans une profonde pauvreté. Vous allez condamner des centaines de milliers de familles mauriciennes à vivre dans l'endettement et la précarité pendant votre mandat. Et j'espère, j'ai le souhait, que vous allez en prendre conscience rapidement et revoir certaines de ces décisions. J'en ai terminé, Madame la Présidente.
Merci, merci beaucoup, Leader of the Opposition. Honourable Minister of Labour.
Madam Speaker, before answering to the Honourable Leader of Opposition, may I start by commending the Honourable Prime Minister today for doing away with a practice that was established by the MSM government, which is to lump all type of legislation in the finance bill. And that went against the ruling delivered by the late Honourable Kailash Payag on the 21st of July 2009. And I think it's worth reminding what he said. In the light of the foregoing principle and practices, I rule that the Finance Miscellaneous Provision Bill should not contain provisions intended to make permanent changes in existing laws unless they are essentially connected with national finance or are consequential upon or incidental to the taxation proposal, and may also include provisions that are sufficiently closely related to those matters within the spirit and scope of the bill defined in the long title. And this is why today we have a finance bill which deals with all financial measures budgetary announced in the budget, and then we have another miscellaneous provision bill. The MSM did the contrary, and as a result, I remember, and the Honourable Leader of Opposition was in Cabinet then, we used to have finance bill amending 90 legislation plus in 300 pages long document, which no one read most of the time, only to find out that surreptitiously certain amendments had been proposed and voted and not sufficiently debated in this House. So we are doing away with this practice, Madam Speaker, and that is welcome. Monsieur le leader de l'opposition parle de empauvrissement de la population. Où étiez-vous lorsque votre gouvernement a donné 89 millions à Mme Senaori? Ça, c'est pas l'appauvrissement? Quand votre gouvernement a donné plus de 150 millions de roupies à M. Hadi Abdullah, ça, c'était pas appauvrissement de la population? Les millions donnés à Maradiva, pas d'appauvrissement? Les milliards donnés à ceux qui ont bénéficié du MIC, hein, et les plus de 160 millions de reward money. Donc vous êtes très mal placé, monsieur le leader de l'opposition, de parler de l'empauvrissement de la population. Vous parlez des changements qu'on a effectués suite au budget, à l'annonce du budget. On a mis sur pied de 2 comités. Oui, effectivement, on a écouté, on a trouvé qu'il y a certaines personnes qui sont les plus vulnérables, les femmes au foyer, les personnes qui ont travaillé trop dur dans la vie, les gens qui touchent moins de 10 000 roupies, les familles qui touchent moins de 20 000 roupies, et on a fait un effort. On a fait un effort et on va leur donner un special allowance de 10 000 roupies. Qu'y a-t-il de méchant dedans? Pourquoi vous prenez objection à cela? Bien sûr, si demain on a les moyens de faire plus, on va faire plus. Mais aujourd'hui, vous avez laissé les caisses vides. Les caisses vides. Pourquoi vous dites que les caisses n'étaient pas vides? Peut-être que je dois vous faire rafraîchir la mémoire et vous dire ce que dans cette chambre, votre propre ministre avait annoncé. Le ministre Savadodo, le ministre des Finances, en réponse à une question parlementaire du 24 octobre 2023. Je cite, « Monsieur le Président, le montant total déboursé pour le paiement de ces prestations est environ 25 milliards de roupies. Il ne reste donc rien par rapport aux contributions de la CSG. » Je redis, il ne reste rien. Quand il ne reste rien, ça veut dire que la caisse est vide. Votre propre ministre des Finances a dit qu'il a tout balayé, tout pris. Les 25 milliards de roupies qu'il a ponctués des salariés sur la contribution sociale généralisée, il a tout balayé. C'est pourquoi on vient dire que la caisse est vide. Et aujourd'hui, vous avez l'audace, une fois de plus, de remettre en question le fait que la caisse n'est plus vide. Et quand les autres parlent qu'il n'y a plus de caisse, parce que lorsque le Premier ministre a répondu aux questions, il a montré que ce n'est pas 25 milliards qui a été dépensé. C'est aussi 3,3 milliards et 7 milliards en plus, c'est-à-dire un total de 10,2 milliards en plus de la CSG qui n'avait rien. Donc, vous avez pris la caisse aussi, vous êtes parti. Madame la Présidente, le leader de l'opposition nous parle de contribution, de fair share contribution. Et il nous dit qu'on avait dans le budget annoncé qu'il y aura une contribution de 10% pour ceux qui touchent en 12 millions et 24 millions, alors que ceux qui touchent plus de 24 millions auront à payer 20%. C'est vrai, c'était dans le discours budgétaire. Mais ce qu'il ne dit pas, c'est que le paragraphe 272, c'est écrit, et je cite, « A high income earner earning annual net income exceeding 12 million, inclusive of dividend income, will be required to pay a fair share contribution at the rate of 15% of his chargeable income. » Donc c'était déjà annoncé que ce sera 15%. Oui, il y avait une contradiction, ailleurs c'était 10% et 20%, mais on ne change pas les règles du jeu. On vient juste clarifier ce qui a été déjà un paragraphe dans 272 du discours budgétaire. Le leader de l'opposition nous dit qu'on va taxer 2 fois les dividendes. Mais là aussi, il a la mémoire courte. Lorsqu'il était dans le gouvernement en 2022, Et lorsque le gouvernement d'alors avait introduit la solidarity levy. Mais la solidarity levy incluait les dividendes. C'était plus de 3 millions, vous devez payer une solidarity levy de 15% en plus sur les dividendes. Et qu'est-ce qu'ils ont fait une année plus tard, en 2023? Sous pression du gros capital, ils ont aboli le solidarity levy. Et aujourd'hui, quand on met un fair share contribution, ils nous pointent du doigt, ils nous disent qu'on est en train de protéger les riches, alors qu'en 2023, l'ancien gouvernement avait aboli le solidarity levy. Le leader de l'opposition nous parle de quelle stratégie on a pour le secteur touristique. Je ne vais pas répondre à la place de l'honorable ministre du Tourisme, mais comme tout le monde, tous les Mauriciens, on a lu aujourd'hui dans les journaux que l'arrivée touristique du 1er janvier 2025 au 15 juillet 2025 s'élevait à 722 184 touristes, alors que pour la même période l'année dernière, c'était 700 880. Donc, comparé à votre gouvernement, notre gouvernement est en train d'augmenter le nombre d'arrivées touristiques. Donc, pourquoi vous nous dites qu'on est en train de tuer? Quelle est notre stratégie touristique? Donc, si on n'a pas de stratégie, en tout cas, c'est une stratégie qui marche, parce qu'on a plus de touristes aujourd'hui qu'on en avait sous votre gouvernement. Madame la Présidente, au sujet des income tax, le ministre et le leader de l'opposition est un peu confus, je dois vous dire, parce que d'une part, il nous dit qu'on ne taxe pas suffisamment les riches. Il nous dit qu'on ne taxe pas suffisamment les riches, on fait la part des choses pour les riches. Et puis, dans la même phrase, il nous dit « Ah, vous êtes en train de tuer la classe moyenne, vous êtes en train d'imposer trop de taxes à la classe moyenne. » Donc, non, comme dit l'honorable Premier ministre, enfin, vous pouvez pas avoir tout. Je ne vais pas reprendre l'expression qu'il avait avec la crémière, mais il faut faire un choix. Il faut un choix dans la vie. Le choix qu'on a fait, Madame la Présidente, et c'est bon de le rappeler, ça se trouve à la page 54 du discours programme, paragraphe 297. Raising tax exemption threshold by 110,000 rupees, that is 28%. Removing 44,000 individuals from the tax net, 44 000 personnes qui payaient la taxe sous le gouvernement MSM ne paient plus la taxe sous ce gouvernement. 75,000 individuals earning between 500,000 and 1 million in a year will actually be paying less income tax. And as a result of the measures I have introduced, 81% of employees in our country will not pay any income tax. C'est ça la réforme fiscale. Exonérer un maximum de personnes. 80% des travailleurs de ce pays ne vont pas payer la taxe. Et ceux qui ont les moyens, ceux qui touchent plus de 12 millions de roupies par an, ils vont être imposables additionnellement 15% à partir des 12 millions. Donc, moi, j'ai absolument aucun problème avec la fiscalité. Au contraire, je pense que c'est une très bonne chose pour les petites et moyennes, les personnes au bas de l'échelle en termes de fiscalité. L'honorable leader de l'opposition n'a pas parlé de fair share contribution concernant les entreprises. Mais il est de mon devoir de faire ressortir, parce qu'il y avait eu tellement d'articles négatifs dans la presse et sur les réseaux sociaux, à l'effet que, soi-disant, le gouvernement était en train de revoir sa copie pour favoriser les entreprises. Que nenni, Madame la Présidente, jamais. On n'a pas touché au fair share contribution que va payer les entreprises, les compagnies. Ils continueront à payer ce qui a été annoncé dans le budget, jusqu'à 5% pour les compagnies qui touchent plus de 24 millions de roupies. La seule clarification qu'on a faite, c'est concernant les banques. Les banques, on a clarifié que le montant maximum que les banques vont payer, parce qu'ils payent aussi d'autres taxes, pas que le fair share, donc le montant maximum qu'une banque va payer, c'est 35% sur le bénéfice qu'il fait avec les transactions de domestic banking. C'est tout. C'est le seul changement qu'on a fait par rapport à ce qui a été dit dans le budget. Et ça aussi, ça a été fait pour clarifier. Aucun backpedaling, aucun retournement de veste, malgré la campagne mensongère qui a été dite en dehors de cette Chambre. Madame la Présidente, j'ai souri parce que je m'attendais à ce que le leader de l'opposition, visiblement mal renseigné, tombe dans le piège du global le minimum, le qualified domestic minimum top-up tax. Non, il crie au scandale. La fin de notre secteur offshore, grand défenseur des secteurs financiers. Mais ce qu'il ne dit pas, Madame la Présidente, c'est que quand lui, il était au cabinet, le ministre des Finances, dans le Finance Bill de 2022, qu'est-ce qu'ils ont fait? Ils ont, en 2022, déjà introduit dans le Income Tax Act la notion de Qualified Domestic Minimum Top-Up Tax. Ils avaient déjà parlé de Global Rules, Global Anti-Base Erosion Rules, developed by OECD. Donc, ce qu'on est en train aujourd'hui de promulguer, c'est un concept qu'ils avaient déjà mis dans la loi, dans l'Income Tax Act, depuis 2022. Et pourquoi ils l'ont fait? Parce qu'on est sous pression des organisations internationales, l'OCDE, le G20, qui forcent à tous les pays d'avoir un minimum de 15%. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? À Maurice, le taux général, c'est de 15%. Mais il y a plusieurs pays et il y a plusieurs entreprises qui paient moins de 15%. Par exemple, les Global Business Companies, certains d'entre eux payent seulement 3%. Donc, avec cette loi, qui a été adoptée par plusieurs pays, notamment l'Afrique du Sud, l'Angleterre, si vous avez une multinationale sud-africaine, par exemple, qui investit à Maurice, qui paie seulement 3% de taxes, ben en Afrique du Sud, ils vont payer 12%. Donc, nous, à Maurice, on a un manque à gagner de 12% de taxes parce que sous cette convention, qu'on appelle le Pillar 2, sous cette convention, le pays d'origine va taxer la différence en 15% et le montant qu'il paye à Maurice. Donc, pourquoi renier notre souveraineté sur les 12% de taxes? Pourquoi le donner à l'Afrique du Sud? Donc, c'est ça ce que cette loi vient dire. C'est que maintenant, on pourra, à Maurice, dans les cas exceptionnels des multinationales qui ont un chiffre d'affaires de 650 millions d'euros, on pourra les taxer jusqu'à 15%. Bien sûr, on a écouté ce que le secteur financier nous a dit. Mais dans le projet de loi lui-même, comme l'a si bien expliqué l'honorable Premier ministre lorsqu'il a introduit ce projet de loi, on a dit qu'à travers des regulations, on pourra exonérer certaines entreprises. On a dit à travers des regulations, on pourra avoir des mesures pour contrecarrer l'effet que cette taxe fiscalité minimum de 15% aura sur les entreprises. Donc on est conscient et on a eu des discussions avec les capitaines de l'industrie. On s'est assis, on a parlé et ils ont été, avant de passer le projet de loi, ils ont dit qu'ils sont d'accord. ils sont d'accord, il y a un dialogue, ils vont parler avec le ministre du secteur financier, ils vont parler avec le junior ministère des Finances, et à travers des regulations, s'il y a lieu d'exonérer certaines sociétés de cette taxe minimum, on le fera. Madame la Présidente, je crois que j'ai répondu à la plupart des points soulevés par l'honorable leader de l'opposition. Moi, j'aimerais juste faire un dernier point sur quelque chose qui a été qui est dans le Finance Bill, mais que malheureusement le Premier ministre, il y avait tellement de choses à parler, n'a peut-être pas assez mis l'accent dessus. Et je veux en parler parce que c'est quelque chose qui nous tient au sein du gouvernement très à cœur. Vous vous souviendrez, Madame la Présidente, que ceux qui bénéficient d'une pension, qui sont en retraite ou bien qui ont un handicap, des veuves, des orphelins, cette pension est automatiquement coupée s'ils passent plus de 6 mois en dehors de Maurice. Et dans le discours budgétaire, le Premier ministre a déjà annoncé que cette règle ne s'appliquera plus dans le cas des personnes qui suivent des traitements à l'étranger. Mais après l'annonce de cette mesure budgétaire, on a reçu des représentations de la part des personnes qui reçoivent une allocation. En particulier, il y a une personne qui est aveugle, qui est une fille qui est en train de suivre ses études à l'étranger, mais parce qu'elle est en train de suivre ses études en France, elle ne peut pas être physiquement à Maurice. Et malheureusement, les autorités ont appliqué la loi et ont décidé de leur réclamer la différence de toutes les contributions qui ont été faites par le ministère de la Sécurité sociale alors qu'elle étudiait à l'étranger. Donc elle s'est dit, c'est pas possible. C'est pas possible. As a caring government, le Premier ministre est venu et dans le Finance Bill, maintenant, on a une provision. Non seulement les personnes qui sont à l'étranger pour des raisons médicales, mais aussi qui sont en train d'étudier à l'étranger, eux aussi, on ne va pas couper leur pension s'ils ne sont pas à Maurice pour plus de 6 mois. Et on allait encore plus loin. On a dit, pour avoir un peu plus de flexibilité, on va permettre à ceux for good cause shown une fois. On ne va pas appliquer la règle. S'ils viennent nous prouver, good cause showed, pourquoi ils n'ont pas pu rester plus de 6 mois à Maurice. Donc, one-off. Donc, moi, je pense que cette mesure méritait d'être soulignée. Avec ceci, Madame la Présidente, I commend also the bill to the House.
Honourable members, I think we can have a break now for tea, and we'll come back in 30 minutes, right? Yes. Honourable Member from Rodrigues, Mr. Edouard. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for giving me the floor to intervene for the first time in the Finance Bill. With your permission, Madam Speaker, I will comment on some acts that will be amended in the Finance Bill together with the amendments proposed to the Rodrigues Regional Assembly Act. We have been warned of the technicalities of these amendments, so I will try to be cautious. I will try my utmost with care not to be out of subject. I will comment on these amendments from a layman perspective. Some of them, there are too many, so I will comment on some of them before coming to the Rodrigues Regional Act. First, the Construction Industry Authority Act. The amendment in connection with government-owned companies. I think it's important. You know, contrary to popular perception, government-owned companies, when properly managed, may help a lot, save a lot of money, and create jobs. The new grading of contractors gives better opportunity to small contractors who are otherwise swallowed by large contractors. Might be a good thing for Rodrigues contractors indeed. We also note that the amendments to the Consumer Protection Act, Consumer Protection Price and Supplies Control Act, Essential Commodities Act, Fair Trading Act, Hire Purchase and Credit Sale Act. These amendments are most welcome. Empowerment of rights officers. Empowering of rights officers will no doubt ensure better control of the widespread abuses we are now witnessing, and this will benefit consumers. The amendment in connection with online transactions is also very important, and maybe more control is needed. So many scammers, fake traders, and fake goods up there. Before taking the Rodrigues Regional Assembly Act, I would like to say one word about the National Savings Fund Act. I think there's some confusion about the retirement age of employees. I've seen in the press some are saying that with the amendment, an employee will no longer be able to retire at the age of 60 or before. I've not seen this. I don't know if I've missed something. I understand with the amendment, Section 2B, 1A is now, I quote, in respect of a person aged 60 or more, retirement or otherwise ceasing to work on or before the pension age. Perhaps this needs more clarification because, you know, the BRP was before known as the old age pension. When it has become the basic retirement pension, it is confused with a retirement pension of employees. So maybe the confusion is there. I don't know, maybe this needs clarification.
I'm sorry, one is contributory and the other one is not.
Yes. Madame la Présidente.
One is universal. One is universal, the other one is contributory.
Yes.
And if I may.
Madame la Présidente, maintenant je viens au Rodrigues Regional Assembly Act. Avec cette loi qui consacre l'autonomie de Rodrigues, un nouveau type de relation a été introduit dans la République. Une relation de partenariat qui célèbre les spécificités d'une partie de la République. Madame la Présidente, c'est dans l'exercice de la gestion qu'on acquiert la maturité. Rectifier le tir, se donner les moyens pour atteindre les objectifs fixés, fait partie de la normalité. qu'on a la responsabilité de gouverner. Parfois, cela ne va pas sans souffrance et humiliation. Madame la Présidente, certains Rodrigues font preuve de démagogie en faisant croire que les amendements proposés par l'honorable Premier ministre portent atteinte à l'autonomie, tout en imputant cette soi-disant atteinte à l'autonomie aux actuels gouvernants régionaux. Comme l'a souligné l'honorable Premier ministre, ces amendements interviennent dans le cadre de la réintroduction du PBB, Performance Based Budgeting, pour que Rodrigues soit aligné sur l'amendement de la Finance and Audit Act voté le 18 mars dernier. Madam Speaker, the present Rodrigues Regional Assembly Amendment Bill has the same explanatory memorandum as the Finance and Audit Amendment Bill of March 2025 to provide for, I quote, A, the introduction of performance-based budgeting, PBB, so as to, 1, link funds with results and outcomes and improve operational efficiency in government administration, and 2, enforce greater fiscal responsibility, accountability, and transparency. The preparation of estimates of expenditure based on programs and sub-programs on a free fiscal year rolling basis, specifying the resources to be allocated, the outcomes to be achieved, and outputs to be delivered, unquote. Madame la Présidente, on se rappellera que ce n'est pas la première fois qu'un tel amendement est apporté dans la Rodrigues Regional Assembly Act. Et c'était justement pour introduire le programme Based Budgeting en 2009, un concept introduit sous l'actuel Premier ministre, le PBB, qui a été abandonné après et qui a été réintroduit cette année. Madam Speaker, the Additional Stimulus Package Miscellaneous Provisions Bill number 1 of 2009 made provision for the introduction of a PBB in Rodrigues in 2010, and this required an amendment to the Rodrigues Regional Assembly Act. We can read in the answered debates of 7th April 2009, I quote, the draft amendments to the RRA Act have received the concurrence of the RRA in accordance with Section 75E of the Constitution. A certificate to that effect from the chairperson of the RRA, addressed to the Honourable Speaker, has been laid on the table of the National Assembly on the 31st March 2009, unquote. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the Honourable Prime Minister for consulting the Executive Council of the Rodrigues Regional Assembly, which he said is agreeable to the amendments. The Honourable Prime Minister did it though he had no obligation to do so, if my reading is correct, as far as Section 75E of the Constitution is concerned, and the fact that he has the majority to go without. I think PBB is maybe the best thing to do. It focuses on results, on activities completed, benefits for end users. Funding is allocated based on predetermined results related to specific objectives. Progress is measured to demonstrate whether goals are being met. It is important to know how government policies translate into spending. It is about transparency, accountability, efficiency, and effectiveness. Waste must be eliminated. We must ensure that funds are allocated to programs that deliver value for money. Madame la Présidente, le PBB appelle à la responsabilité et à la transparence. La transparence accroît la confiance du public en s'assurant des résultats tangibles. Ces amendements arrivent dans un contexte et un but bien précis. Et I think that it's imputing motives to the Honourable Prime Minister, motives that are unwarranted, to think that these amendments have other objectives than to introduce the PBB. Ces amendements, Madame la Présidente, on appelle certainement d'autres pour éliminer les obstacles qui sabotent le implementing capacity de Rodrigues et influent sur les résultats. Ceci n'étant peut-être pas le forum approprié, nous aurons certes l'occasion d'y revenir. Je ne veux pas être plus long, Madame la Présidente, mes chers collègues. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Yes, Honourable, fourth member for Port Richmond.
Thank you,
And
Madam Speaker.
Montagnard.
Yes. Madam Speaker, this must be the first time, I think, in parliamentary history, that the finance bill is being introduced in such haste. Such haste between the moment it is introduced to the House, only 1 week's notice, to amend 60, no less than 60 pieces of legislation. And of course, you will no doubt note haste because important documents, including the explanatory notes, existing legal provisions were only furnished to the House on the 25th of July, a few days ago. You may know, Madam Speaker, that for previous finance bills, including the last one, at least 12 days were given to honourable members to study it, together with the accompanying documents. To make matters worse, Madam Speaker, this finance bill is riddled with errors. Numerous provisions do not even tally with the explanatory notes. I will come to them. It is an inescapable sign of the amateurism that has plagued this entire budgetary exercise. Even more, Madam Speaker, the budget speech, as read by the Honourable Prime Minister on Budget Day, differs materially from the actual content of the finance bill on several key issues. It begs the question, who prepared the finance bill? I will ask, are these the so-called senior advisors that have seen their pay rise from 90,000 to now a staggering 230,000 rupees, plus 25% gratuity, amounting to 287,000 rupees a month? Are these the ones who have prepared it? If they have, they should be let go. The very spirit, Madam Speaker, of reading a budget speech to the nation is to bring hope, to showcase well-thought, coherent policy, to inspire confidence. Instead, this budget and this finance bill have done the opposite. They have generated confusion, contradiction, and uncertainty. Take, for example, clause 29 of the finance bill. We talk of property taxes on foreign investors. The initial policy regarding foreign investment, as it was read in the budget speech and as it was contained in the annexes, was far worse than what was actually made out now in the finance bill. I had myself raised the alarm over the introduction of a 30% capital gains tax on the transfer of residential property to non-citizens, which is found on page 42 of the annex bill, At paragraph 23b3, you will see. In addition to the doubling of land transfer tax and registration duty for promoters and foreign buyers. And these measures were to come into force immediately upon publication of the Finance Act, without any transition period, and then a reckless move to destabilize the property market overnight. There were countless number of applications, hundreds, on the desk of the EDB waiting for approval. Applications where commitments were already done. And these persons now were made to accept such horrendous increases overnight. And I checked my facts because they were to come out from publication of the Gazette. They were to take effect. This is how it was read in the annex. I stated the relevant paragraph. I invite members to go and read it. So they were to come immediately upon publication of the Finance Act. So we scared away investors. We detailed a hostile policy to foreign investment. We stated we will tax you. We will introduce capital gains at a record 30%. We do not care if your application has sat for 8-9 months on the EDB's decks. You are also going to be made to foot the bill. That is what was stated, and fortunately has been changed. But it is the first time that a budgetary exercise, instead of promoting a reasoned fiscal policy and measures that tie the nation together, has in fact had the contrary effect. And it is a good thing then that the government has backtracked on this. It is a good thing that the capital gains has been scrapped and is no longer part of Clause 29. And it is a good thing that a one-year moratorium has been given to those persons. A one-year moratorium has been given under Clause 29. You will see takes effect as from the 1st of July 2026, and not as from the publication of the Gazette. You will go and read for yourself. But, Madam Speaker, the damage has been done, and these changes come too late, and the confidence has been shaken already. So what was the point of frightening off foreign investors? And many have been frightened. We cannot really just quantify how many, but many have been frightened from the initial announcement to now the finance bill. And the question is, why? Madam Speaker, even more concerning is that under Clause 44, which concerns Non-Citizens Property Restriction Act, it had been stated at paragraph 76 of the annex that government would ban not just the acquisition, but also the disposal of any property, so therefore would ban the sale of any property already owned by a foreign individual if same was located on state land or pas géométrique. In other words, foreigners who had legally purchased property would now be barred from reselling it, a measure bordering on expropriation. And it seemed that the Ministry of Finance was not even aware of the investment promotion and protection agreements that it has itself signed on behalf of Mauritius with no fewer than 29 countries, binding treaties designed to encourage and protect foreign investment, particularly from any form of deprivation or arbitrary restriction. How could you have ever thought that this would be reasonable or legal? The budget, Madam Speaker, would have been illegal. And this is why I say amateurism. A disregard for legal obligation, which has now greatly shocked that market. A prominent market which Mauritius, I stated before, relies heavily on. Let me turn to Clause 39 of the Finance Bill, Madam Speaker, with regard to the National Pensions Act. You will no doubt have noticed, Madam Speaker, that changes are being brought to the Pensions Act. changes which you might be surprised do not tally between the finance bill and the explanatory note. If you look at the explanatory note, that's page 49, you will see that the coming into effect of the BRP to the age of 65 is scheduled for 1st September 2030. In the finance bill, this clearly states September 2033. And this in itself has been contrary to what has been announced, either in the budget, in the annexes, the various and numerous statements on the issue, the various replies to PMQs, that it was meant to take effect on 2030, and now it's 2033. What has happened, Madam Speaker, is that now the years have been staggered to 2 years for every year that the retirement is going up. But, Madam Speaker, how can it be that the explanatory notes provided by the Ministry of Finance are different to the finance bill? How can it be? Such a mistake on such an important issue has made its way through such an important exercise. So, not only does it contradict the explanatory notes, but the finance bill also on that issue contradicts previous government announcement. Talk about oversight. And, Madam Speaker, even though this last-minute amendment to stagger the increase in eligibility aid has been made, it was not the original intention, but they were simply compelled, due to mass public demonstration, to change their tune somewhat. But let us be clear, Madam Speaker, this is still not acceptable. This is still not what was promised by your alliance, by this government, to the people of Mauritius. Be that as it may, Madam Speaker, the public does not care whether this increase has been staggered to after 2023, 2033, or 2030. What the people expected, and rightly so, was for government to show some of the sacrifices themselves, to cut back on overseas travels and the per diems, which have reached record levels, to reduce on the purchases of new cars, and to roll back the astronomical 155% increase in senior advisors' salary. And these excesses has, it seems, become une source d'embarras for the government. There is no way that persons who had worked their whole life would accept to be deprived of 5 years of full pension, 1 million rupees, not even counting the annual increases with inflation. So how would you think that they would have accepted this? How? I could talk, Madam Speaker, of the latest episode we've heard today, the 1.1 million on the Pan-African Parliament that has been wasted. I could talk about how my PQ wasn't answered, but for lack of time, I will move on. Let me come to an important issue, the tourist tax, Clause 58, which is set to come into operation on the 1st October 2025. The first issue I'd like to raise is there is a drafting, an issue of drafting. At section 39B, the word accommodation is missing after tourist at the first paragraph. I think this should be corrected, obviously. But more importantly, section 39D1B requires managers or owners of tourist accommodations to remit the tourist fee electronically in euro to the MRA. And as you know, Madam Speaker, payments are often made in rupees, USD, South African rands to these tourist accommodation. It would force the first issue.
1 more minute.
Is foreign exchange cost. The second, given that it has to be transferred in euros, commercial banks charge an astronomical fee of 30 euros per transfer. So if you're paying, for example, for 10 nights for one person, 30 euros, you would pay the same in the transfer fee because the MRA's bank is at the SBM. So the question is now, how will the MRA make sure that this is workable in practice? Now, Section 39C on the registration of tourist accommodations, it creates another hurdle. As I will no doubt the Minister of Land will agree, many accommodations today offering services of tourist accommodations are still awaiting for their leases to be converted from residential to industrial. And that bars them from being granted a license of tourist accommodation license from the Tourism Authority. And that is through no fault of their own. I'm concluding, no fault of their own. I will suggest to grasp what the Honourable Junior Minister for Tourism has said himself, has proposed, which is a good idea, that in the interim, we grant those persons a provisional license whilst they wait for their conversion, which takes years, which has taken years under every government anyway, so that they be given a provisional license, a temporary license, so that they may have an insurance which will cover their liability, and so that they may be in accordance with law. It's not my idea, it's the one of the Junior Minister of Tourism. I think government should follow. It is not. I am concluding, but unfortunately. To conclude, Madam Speaker, there must be many more mistakes, inconsistencies, or plain contradictions in the finance bill, which I have not seen for myself, given the rush. But as with many things under this government, time will tell.
Yes, thank you very much, Honourable Duval. Honourable Mr. François, yes? Honourable François is going to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will briefly comment on two specific clauses of the Finance Bill number 18 of 2025, namely Clause 18, which amends the Finance and Audit Act in relation to Rodrigues, and Clause 54, which amends the Statistics Act. And the majority of my intervention will focus on the Rodrigues Regional Assembly Amendment Bill number 19 of 2025. Clause 18 of the Finance Bill amends Section 19 to add a new Section 3A to the Finance and Audit Act, requiring the financial statement be prepared in accordance, very important, with the International Public Sector Accounting Standards, IPSAS. The Director of Audit in his annual report 2023-2024 stated that in view of a challenge to move to accrual-based accounting, the IMF recommended a phased approach for the Rodrigues Regional Assembly transition to accrual IPSAS, and a roadmap was established, which the RA did not comply with. It is recommended that the RA must comply with IPSAS. Clause 19 specifically for Rodrigues provide to add a new subsection 8, which states, the commissioner responsible for the subject of finance under the Regional Assembly shall within 10 months, instead of 3 months, of a close of every fiscal year, sign and submit a consolidated financial statement in compliance with IPSAS. Madam Speaker, in addition, additional financial information requirements to financial statements, Clause 3B3, provides to file a progress report on performance. This will ensure that project implementation stay on track financially and enable early detection of problems or deviations. As Speaker, Clause 54, Subclause 2A, 2 to 5, Statistics Act amended, introduce a new national statistics system so as to establish an integrated system for the development, production, and dissemination of official statistics in accordance with the Act and the United Nations Fundamental Principles of Official Statistics. The Honourable Prime Minister, in his budget speech concerning innovation, Honourable Soukron, and research, rightly affirmed his long-term vision for an innovative and inclusive Republic of Mauritius. Unquestionably, Statistic Mauritius will need to revamp national indicators to cover national, sectoral, and service-level government data and align with a national development plan. Madam Speaker, it is worth noting that the promotion of research and innovation and development relies heavily on accurate and reliable data. One of the emerging avenues for data capture, sharing, and addressing statistical needs is climate change today. And for us, a revamp of the Rodrigues statistics system with additional data. I won't go into the details. Madam Speaker, now allow me to address my main intervention on the technical, but how important the Rodrigues Regional Assembly Amendment Bill number 19 of 2025. Its primary objective is to amend 5 sections of the Rodrigues Regional Assembly Act to facilitate the reintroduction of performance-based budgeting, PBB. These reforms aim to link funds with results and outcomes, enhance operational efficiency in the administration of Rodrigues, and more importantly, enforce greater responsibility, accountability, stability, and transparency within any regional government governing Rodrigues. The introduction of PBB will enable regional government to shift focus from traditional line budget inputs to measurable results. I must also highlight that given the current state of the local budget affairs, cafouillages et désordres, this program-based budgeting is more than necessary for Rodrigues. This will strengthen the legal, institutional, and financial framework needed to approve the effectiveness and efficiency of public expenditure from available funds allocated from national budget. Madam Speaker, let me now address the constitutionality of this RA Amendment Bill to clear any confusion or misunderstanding. By convention, there is no alternative but to proceed pragmatically with due respect to the constitutional provisions entrenching the Regional Assembly. I find reassurance in the respect and functionality of the autonomy of Rodrigues, as affirmed by the Honourable Prime Minister, who stated that, and I quote, "The Executive Council, the actual one, of the Rodrigues Regional Assembly has been consulted and is agreeable to the proposed amendments," unquote. Madam Speaker, this bill will enable the Rodrigues Regional Assembly to prepare in 2036-2037 budget estimates using the new PBB framework. The House will recall that the first transition from output-based budgeting to program-based budgeting by Regional Assembly occurred in 2009, rightly stated by Honourable Edouard, and amended in 2015, which faced several implementation challenges. The then Chief Commissioner, following approval of the amendment by the central government, moved a motion in his name stated, and I quote, that the Regional Assembly concurs with the amendments of the Rodrigues Regional Assembly Act as proposed by the central government to enable the introduction of program-based budgeting pursuant to Section 75E of the Constitution of the Republic of Mauritius, end quote. This motion was debated, approved, and concurred with by the Regional Assembly. Let me cite the Article 75E, which stipulates that any law giving effect to this chapter and to any incidental matters shall not be altered without the concurrence of the Regional Assembly unless such alteration is supported at the final voting in the National Assembly by the votes of not less than 2/3 of all members, unquote. Therefore, the implementation of this bill will require, alongside the concurrence of the Regional Assembly, certain amendments to the Regional Assembly standing orders and rules. locally there. Madam Speaker, you will agree with me that any government has power, but misuse of that power and poor policy decisions are unwarranted and pose risk to our society. The present amendment to the Regional Assembly Act is not only a reform towards a PBB approach from pragmatism and practicality, but also a meaningful, responsible, and productive piece of legislation that promotes good governance. Madam Speaker, the principal accountability of government domains and functions to Parliament will enable us as parliamentarians to raise concerns about proper political choices, objectives, and the rational planning and allocation of resources. For example, let me substantiate that. If a vulnerable person is waiting for years to obtain a social housing, while government decides to prioritize unwarranted purchase of 147 million worth of vehicle now lying idle, with no drivers or qualified operators, despite budget provision of only 33 million, this highlights waste and misallocation. PBB will also redress procurement collusion between politicians and civil servants. Now, Speaker, the new Section 21A at Clause 18 of the Finance Bill outlines the overall responsibilities of accounting officers precisely at Subclause B to provide for effective and appropriate steps to prevent unauthorized, irregular, and wasteful expenditure. And the House will also recognize the seriousness of a regional situation, as the Honourable Prime Minister stated in his reply to my PQ B650, that the Chief Commissioner Office of the RA issued a circular in June 2025 on procedures of reallocation that are not consistent, Madam Speaker, that are not consistent with the Ministry of Finance policies and principles on virement. This issue stems from the line item budgeting, which leads to abuse and the reckless use of funds resources. In that regard, I commend the Honourable Prime Minister's proposal to address this management of public finance, including collaboration between his Ministry, the Ministry of Finance, and the RRA to issue a revised circular on virement. I'm informed of excess of virement of more than 30% to the last budget for unprecedented non-spent capital budget, whereas the allowable limit is only 2%. It is witnessed that public administrations and the public pressure blindly follows political instruction without complying with established rules and regulations. Madam Speaker, to substantiate same, how can a construction project for constructing, so that you have a picture of what I'm saying when the seriousness of this matter, constructing approximately 26 parking lots, 200 meters of masonry, coastal protection, including demolition and construction, and a new 15 meters jetty, which was not budgeted during last financial year, no request for proposal, no Ministry of Finance financial clearance, through, and was awarded to a contractor through works orders under the budget item roads at a cost of exceeding 40 million rupees to the expense of announced budgeted roads projects like Montagne-Cabri, Pauvre Montagne-Cabri, and Montagne-Malgache to Posides. I put it clear, I'm not opposed to any development projects in Rodrigues, Madam Speaker, but the procedures, financial procedures applied are problematic, leading to uncontrollable and unpredictable budget decision. This Regional Assembly Act Amendment Bill comes at an opportune time for sound fiscal planning and greater budget credibility. As the saying goes, c'est une occasion pour mettre bon l'ordre dans des autres gestions finances publiques dans Rodrigues. Chaque roupie dépensée, bien dépensée. Now, Speaker, I hope that the recent and warranted, illegal and politically motivated regional budget increase without cabinet concurrence violating established practices and convention of technical discussion and agreement between the Ministry of Finance and the RRA will once and for all become thing of the past. This will mark a full stop. I hope PBB will mark a full stop to the abuse of our local public finances and hope to remedy the erosion of an intergovernmental trust from political propaganda like Lord Zambidzi, etc. We've got to be responsible and serious, especially with regards to the autonomy of Rodrigues, whom our fathers and mothers, sisters and brothers have fight for, to give identity to Rodrigues, to weave the people of Rodrigues. And today, when we see some people salir cette autonomie, Madame la Présidente, et vous savez qu'est-ce que ça me fait, comme un Rodrigues, responsable, et aussi tous ces gens à Rodrigues qui sont conscients de l'avenir de Rodrigues, de demain, avec des gens responsables. Un speaker, let me conclude.
Yes.
In its political combat for Rodrigues, I'm concluding. Yes, in its political combat for Rodrigues' autonomy, the OPR aspires to leave a legacy of an exemplary and model Rodrigues for future generations. PBB is one of the right paths to end political misappropriation of Rodrigues' future while preventing the population from being kept in the dark by complacent behaviors and opaque decisions. PBB is not only a necessity, but an urgent need that the Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, and my Honourable colleagues will agree with me. Surely, the Regional Assembly Amendment Bill will link funds with results and outcomes, improve operational efficiency of Rodrigues administration, and enforce greater fiscal responsibility, accountability, and transparency. Madam Speaker, I'm confident that this August Assembly will unanimously vote in support to this Regional Assembly Amendment Bill of 2025 as proposed by the Honourable Prime Minister and the Government. I can also assure the Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, and the House that the OPR party at the Regional Assembly will have no quarrel on any motion of concurrence in the interest of good governance for Rodrigues and the success of our autonomy. Madam Speaker, with these words, I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Honourable Member, you were right on time. You were right on time. Yes. Honourable Damri, please.
Madam Speaker, the amendments in the Finance Bill set a clear policy and direction for our long-term public finances and our economy. It's important, this clarity of vision is that public finances will henceforth be growth-led revenue rather than tax-led revenue. This is a stark demarcation from what the MSM did for 10 years. They printed money, they imported inflation, they applied consumption tax, they applied devaluation tax, they applied inflation tax at the detriment of the citizen. And this is what we are changing. Growth-led revenues are very important because it's growth that sustains the viability of our social system, be it pensions, be it education, be it social housing, be it healthcare. And I think it's time to put one matter to rest. The MSM government clearly intended to terminate all CSG allowances on 30 June 2025. And I'd like to quote paragraph 30B, subsection 3 of the Social Contribution and Social Benefits Act 2021. The income allowance shall be payable, it's about income allowance, the income allowance shall be payable to an eligible individual directly in his bank account at the beginning of each month for the month of, hear it, July 2022 to June 2025. It cannot be clearer than that. Now, when we come to the social contract, the spirit of our pension reforms is very clear. It's aligning payment age to retirement age, and it's phased over 5 years. Now, for the benefit of our youth, we are building that bridge to the future. And I'd like to once again to shed some more light on the policy. The policy is to develop and promote outlier growth revenues, while at the same time consolidating recovery and resilience revenues. Let me illustrate it through 4 amendments in the Finance Bill. The Banking Act and the Bank of Mauritius Act provide for KYC institutions. The Bills of Exchange Act provide for electronic bills of exchange. The Economic Development Board Act provides for innovative Mauritius scheme. And the Income Tax Act provide for virtual asset service providers. To the layman, it may sound that each of these proposed amendments have individual intended consequences. However, when put together, the sum of these amendments and the sum of these intended consequences, they provide a giant leap in our economic policy. They provide for the digital and AI economy. But we will not see the benefits of these amendments today because the previous government has done nothing for the past 10 years. And allow me to illustrate, because we're talking about strategy. Earlier, the leader of the opposition said that we don't have a strategy for tourism. Hang on. We have a strategy not only for tourism, but for the entire economy. So let me make some reference. Let us learn from what's happening in the global economy. Last year, 2024, the Nobel Prize winner for economics, MIT Sloan professor, Darren Acemoglu, wrote a paper called The Macroeconomics of AI. And in that paper, he kind of studied the impact of AI on global economies. Goldman Sachs said that productivity gains could be anything around 1% of GDP, global GDP, say $7 trillion. McKinsey said the productivity or impact of AI could be anywhere between 1.5% to 3.5% in terms of productivity gains. And Singapore, they are estimating that the productivity gains over the next few years will be up to 18% of their GDP. So just imagine if in the years to come, we make even a 1% productivity gain to our GDP through the measures that we are setting out today. That's 1% GDP gain. And what Singapore is very good at doing, they are also creating a springboard to be in the supply chain of AI services. And Mauritius is well poised to do that. And if we do that, we add another 1% to our GDP. All of a sudden, that's 2% to our GDP. The reason I said it's outlier growth, because these sectors are meant to grow exponentially. 6%, 7%, 8%, 9%, 10%. That's the kind of growth that we can expect from these sectors. But in the meantime, while we invest in that, while we prepare, we have to ensure economic growth through recovery and resilience sectors. And there are 2 sectors. The first one is property development. What the previous government did was 10 years of property sales. They had no clue what to do in productive economies. Because this government, we want to create jobs. We want to bring forex in our country. And when speaking about property, it was clear that no one is above the law. Even the government is not above the law. This government could not, like the previous government did, subject this nation to another Betamax or another Patel Engineering by not following the law. That's one of the reasons why we grandfathered smart city regulations and other property regulations. That's the reason why we had to bring these amendments to the finance bill. And the second reason is, while developing the new economic sectors, the new economic order, we have to ensure that we get at least 3 to 4% growth, as we have estimated in our medium-term outlook. The second sector is, of course, the global business sector. And here I'd like to touch upon, Honourable Tim said it very well. In fact, both of us have been professionals in the financial services sector for the past 20 years before, at least me before getting in this house. And this is a sector we know very well. And the leader of the opposition talked about the qualified domestic minimum tax topper. Honourable Tim explained it very well. And the OECD, the G20, they adopted these GLOBE rules, Global Anti-Base Erosion Model rules. And what it means is that 15% in your country, but if you're paying 3% here, then you have to pay the balance in another country. And at the same time, you know, like MNEs, big MNCs, any MNC, any business for that matter, any investor for that matter, they always need clarity and certainty. I will not share the name, but I had a discussion with one of those MNCs in Mauritius. And they were worried because they had no clarity of what was Mauritius' position with regard to QDMTT. Because 131 countries in the world have subscribed to it. So you cannot have investment if you do not have certainty. This is one of the things that this amendment is bringing. The leader of the opposition said that such MNCs would go to Singapore and to UAE, if I heard well. Well, let me, for his knowledge, advise. Singapore adopted the QDMTT law in 2024, the Multinational Enterprise Minimum Tax Act, 2024. The UAE adopted the same law through a cabinet decision number 142 of 2024. So they've done it before Mauritius. We are playing catch up. We've been playing catch up in every growth area, Madam Speaker. And this is what this finance bill is trying to remedy. Let me now also add one thing, that the proposed amendments in this finance bill, they will provide for a sound ESG, environment, social, governance, risk-adjusted macroeconomic fundamentals. What this means, that international institutions will always look at us with a lot of attractiveness. And the leader of the opposition made reference to foreign currency. So we are proposing an amendment in the Income Tax Act where businesses earning more than 50% of their revenues will pay their tax in foreign currency. These are measures that should have been brought in way earlier, but they have not. Madam Speaker, I don't think I will speak more because the Prime Minister, Honourable Rezautim, canvassed the finance bill so well, but I always like to to end with one or two short stories that inspire me. And maybe they can inspire you too.
You have a bit of time.
That's all right, I think, let me tell the story. So you have the nation, the Mauritius nation. The Mauritius. No, I will not. But okay, since you told me I have a bit of time, 3 very short stories.
Yeah.
The first thing is yes. It's important. No, it's I know
Let him speak.
Let me speak. I know why the leader of the opposition went. So I'll ask the House a question. What is the average IQ of a normal human being? The average IQ of a normal human being. It's about 122. Right? Elon Musk and Einstein, their IQ is about 155.
That's it.
Guess who else has this IQ? AI. And guess what is happening to the IQ of AI? It will keep doubling over the next 6 months. This is the prediction. And this is why the pace of change, the velocity of change will be so rapid that we have to adapt. And I'm glad to say that now the Prime Minister will be happy because we have a leadership that adapts to change. And and there are two stories that I'd like, one for the nation and one for us. The nation has stood with us. The nation has always stood with the motherland whenever the motherland has needed its children. So since we're speaking about the economy, you have Jack Ma. Jack Ma always talks about entrepreneurs in this way. He says, today will be difficult. Tomorrow will be even more difficult. But day after tomorrow morning will be very beautiful. Unfortunately, most of the people give up. They give up tomorrow afternoon. They don't wait till day after tomorrow morning. And I'm very happy, and this really touches me, that the nation is with us, and together we will rise, the nation, this government, the whole nation, after 3 years when we have redressed our economy based on our budget outlook. And the one commitment that we can make to the nation, and this is, the Prime Minister said that, he does not promise to take the nation to heaven, but he certainly will not take the nation to hell. And I can tell you, this is what Thomas Edison said. I did not find 10,000 ways that worked, but I will keep trying till I find that one way that will work. And this is what we'll do to support the Prime Minister, to support this government. And with this, I commend all the 3 bills to the House. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Jitan.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in this august assembly with a sense of deep responsibility and purpose to support the Finance Miscellaneous Provision Bill 2025. This government was entrusted with a historic mandate, not only to reverse a decade of drift and to rebuild fiscal credibility, but also to reignite economic dynamism and to inspire confidence and hope in the future of Mauritius. Madam Speaker, one of the key objectives of the Finance Bill 2025 is a total reset of our economic model, starting with fiscal consolidation. That is, reducing government deficits and improving the fiscal balance. So we could either cut public spending or increase revenue or do both. And as a responsible government, restoring investor confidence is paramount to achieving the challenging revenue targets set by this budget. Push too hard on the revenue side, and the perceived tax burden becomes too high, and we face the risk of losing investor confidence, which then can lead to a direct negative impact on growth. Some of the changes to the finance bill that I will be talking about are to avoid that situation. So just as social safety nets were introduced to protect the vulnerable groups through the income support allowance, it is also important that our revenue side fiscal measures do not dampen growth. Madam Speaker, we have an inclusive and responsible approach to governance. We listen to the voice of the people. We listen to the voice of enterprises. And we are therefore introducing a number of refinements and clarifications to this bill. These changes reflect the valuable feedback received from various stakeholders. They reaffirm our commitment to getting the details right, to ensure that reforms are not only ambitious, they are fair, they are practical, and they are implementable. So, Madam Speaker, allow me to highlight the key amendments relating to the financial services sector. First, under the Income Tax Act, with regard to the fair share contribution for businesses, global business entities are exempted. I wish to draw the attention of the House to some important clarifications brought with respect to foundations and trusts, which are the two cornerstone structures in our global financial services architecture. The Finance Bill provides for the harmonization of treatment of these entities under the Income Tax Act, ensuring that they benefit from the same legal clarity and fiscal predictability afforded to global business license holders. So by replacing the term global license with global business license, the bill ensures that foundations, trusts, and similar fiduciary structures are appropriately included in our tax and regulatory framework. These measures strengthen Mauritius' status as a trusted and innovative jurisdiction for wealth management, succession planning, and philanthropic capital, particularly for Africa and Asia, where such instruments are gaining relevance. Let me immediately reassure the House that the principle of the source of chargeable income will be respected. So trusts and foundations with chargeable income from domestic activities will not benefit from this exemption. Second, Madam Speaker, the Finance Bill legislates key revenue-raising measures from the budget, including the introduction of the fair share contribution and the domestic top-up tax as part of our commitment to align the OECD Pillar 2 global minimum tax rules. We understand that parts of the industry have expressed concerns about the potential impact of these measures on competitiveness. The QDMTT provisions did create some cause for concerns and uncertainty in the industry, given that many countries, such as the US and India, have not yet implemented these rules. However, as the Prime Minister clearly emphasized the other day, consultations will be held with the industry stakeholders and regulations will be made to make provisions for exclusions and incentives to give relief to companies that become liable to the global minimum tax. This provides the much-needed clarity and assurance to global businesses set up in our financial services sector. It improves legal certainty and reduces the risk of ambiguity for affected taxpayers. Bottom line, it safeguards the attractiveness and competitiveness of the Mauritius international financial sector. Third, Madam Speaker, the next amendment concerns the Value Added Tax Act, to bring clarity on the banking sector. We are expressly clarifying that the 35% cap on chargeable income applies solely to domestic banking business and not to global business. Madam Speaker, the financial sector in Mauritius remains the largest contributor of corporate tax of our national revenue, underscoring its vital role in sustaining our fiscal framework. The sector contributed some 15 billion in corporate tax, that is more than 68% of corporate tax. The banking industry continues to report good level of profitability, which supports the merit of proposal to increase taxation on banks. However, we must recognize the inherent duality of the Mauritian banking industry, which necessitates a nuanced approach to taxation policy. On one hand, the domestic banking sector remains dominated by two large players. If we are to promote greater competition in this sector, particularly encouraging participation from international banks in our domestic market, we must ensure that taxation policies are not detrimental to this objective. So a differentiated taxation approach is therefore essential, with a cap of 35% for domestic banking operations being justified to maintain competitive conditions that can attract new entrants while ensuring fair contribution from profitable institutions. On the other hand, the global banking sector of the Mauritian banking industry relies heavily on the attractiveness of the Mauritius International Financial Center as a jurisdiction of choice. High taxation levels will make returns less attractive in this segment and may prompt international banks currently using Mauritius to channel their resources to other more attractive or tax-efficient jurisdictions. Not only this could undermine our strategic position as a leading financial hub, but it will also go against our agreed strategy to position this sector, which is already the first pillar of our economy, into a major engine for growth. Therefore, while there is clear merit in increasing taxes on banks, given their strong profitability, we advocated for a differentiated taxation policy that recognizes the distinct dynamics of our domestic and global business banking sectors. This, Madam Speaker, it was important to clarify this. This approach will ensure we maximize fiscal revenues while preserving the competitiveness and attractiveness that has made Mauritius a preferred financial services destination. The fourth amendment, Madam Speaker, is under the Economic Development Board Act, where the salary threshold for occupation permit regime is being adjusted to 30,000 rupees. It is no secret that the financial services sector is entirely dependent on highly skilled staff. And it is also no secret, and we have outlined that in our strategy report in 2025-2030 for the sector, that there are major human capital gaps in the sector. So while measures will be taken to mitigate this situation in medium and long term, it is important to recognize the need of the industry in the short term. For example, the unique structural model and operational characteristic of fund administration in our global business sector requires fund accounting professionals. And this change therefore ensures that Mauritius can avail itself of talent in specific sectors to remain competitive and align with international fund servicing norms. Madam Speaker, last but not the least, I wish to draw the attention of the House to a significant clarification affecting the real estate and property development sector. In fact, this industry should not be seen in isolation. it is very intricately linked to the financial services sector, as many of the non-citizens who buy properties in these schemes administered by the Economic Development Board are also investors in our global business structures. It is therefore important to understand the life cycle of a real estate project that can take up to 4, 5, 6, 7 years from concept design to feasibility to marketing, having to secure more than 75% of funded reservation with deposits to secure the Garantie Financière d'Achèvement, the GFA, and get all the permits before they can even start digging for construction. Many foreign investors relocate their businesses to Mauritius through the global business sector. They also relocate with their family, and they put in a deposit and have to wait for years before they actually take possession. So there was need for some certainty in this sector. The bill therefore introduces transitional provisions in the form of grandfathering arrangements to protect ongoing projects. This grandfathering mechanism is essential to maintain investor confidence, mitigate uncertainty, and ensure that strategic long-term developments in the sector are not being adversely impacted. It also aligns with global best practices in safeguarding pre-existing contractual commitments, particularly in jurisdictions where property development is a major source of FDI. And we must also not forget the direct linkage not only to the financial services sector, but also the multiplier effect that these buyers have on the wider economy. Madam Speaker, these refinements reflect our conviction. They show that this government leads by listening and governs with both ambition and precision. By pairing bold reforms with thoughtful transitional measures, we are demonstrating maturity, responsibility, and fairness in policy making. This is how lasting, inclusive reform is done, with clarity and consultation. With this bill, we are making choices not for popularity, but for posterity. We are choosing bold reforms over political convenience, substance over spectacle, and strategic foresight over short-term fixes. All this for the betterment and future of the nation. Madam Speaker, the Finance Bill is not only about legislative changes. It is about credibility, it is about purpose, it is about ambition. It is about the kind of country we wish to be: transparent, forward-thinking, and resilient. It is about the confidence we must inspire among citizens, but also confidence about investors and our partners. This bill is also not merely about laws, it is about leadership. It is not just a collection of amendments. It closes the chapter on a decade of decline and opens a new chapter grounded in economic reality, in hope, and in future prosperity built on solid foundations. We are not here to be populist. We are here to govern by principle, with empathy and responsibility. History will retain, Madam Speaker, that this government, led by a bold and courageous Prime Minister and a Deputy Prime Minister, and all my colleagues in this House here, who had the audacity to choose a path that was albeit the most difficult one, but it was the right one. As I said, we are not here to be liked, but we are here to lead. With this, Madam Speaker, I am very proud of the vision and courage that this bill presents, and I invite the House to lend its support so that we can convert legislative intent into transformative impact. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Boulel?
Madam Speaker, I move for adjournment of debate.
Yes. The question is that the debate be now adjourned. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. C'est tout. Adjournment.
Yeah.
Adjournment.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the adjournment of the House to Friday, the 1st of August at 3 p.m.
Yes, the question is that the House be adjourned to Friday. Which date did you say? 1st of August at 3 p.m. Those in favour say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned. It was seconded, huh? Seconded. It was seconded.